Right, it's 9:30. I was just waiting for 9:30 so that I'll officially start. We were advertised to start at 9 a.m., but it's 30 past 9, and so officially we can begin. Before we start, though, I'll just kindly crave our indulgence because we're streaming, and so I'll just crave our indulgence to try and fill up the seats in front of us so that the stream comes off cleaner and better. Respectfully, please, if we could try and fill the seats in front of us just briefly so that we can get everything underway. Right. Oh no, just fill the seats so that when he captures, it doesn't look like the place is empty. We like our GMT, so sometimes we have to fill the seats and allow the persons who come later to join us. So thank you very much for joining us this morning for the 8th knowledge sharing workshop on child protection put together by PD Africa in collaboration with the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection through the Department of Children. And we're all gathered here for a singular purpose. At least off the top of my head, I know that for all the persons who are here, we have Child Protection Center. And that's why today's conversation is important. It's themed around what we can do to protect our children in the Cocoa Belt, particularly as a result of the growing threats of Galamsey. And I wrote something very fancy to try and read to us as an introduction. As a journalist, I work every day with news in relation to Galamsey and the impact and what it is that it does to our children. I get to report on and tell that story more often than not, from teenage pregnancy to increased use of substances, and then the complete abandonment of the classroom in chase of gold are just some of the things that off the top of my head I know is staring us in the face. And when I was preparing for this event, I saw a video of a 6-year-old. The caption suggested it was a 6-year-old, not a 6-year-old, sorry, a student who was in class 6 who has left the classroom and is now an excavator operator in a mining pit because he makes 6,000 cedis in a week. And I asked myself, how many of us seated here will make 6,000 cedis in a week? But these are the realities of moving our children out of the classroom, forcing them to get into substance abuse, and also increased teenage pregnancy. And so today, as we gather here, it is my belief and my hope that all of the conversations when the panel joins us will not just be the normal rhetoric where we have academic conversations and people come and regurgitate data that they've been able to chew on for a long time, but we can begin to have real conversations and begin to ask ourselves how we stem this tide against Galamsey and its impact on our children. We'll get straight into it, and like I mentioned, this event is being streamed live, and so I will crave our indulgence as well to put our phones on silent. Just a few housekeeping rules. We put our phones on silent, and if you want to take videos or anything fascinates you in terms of the conversation, do well to capture that. But as we stream, we'll endeavor that you go on to Facebook and YouTube and share the link. This is not Alpha Hour, but you share the link so that a lot more people who are not here can join in the conversation as well. There are washrooms to my left and then right, both for males and females, and so you can find that as well. And we'll kickstart by having our opening remarks from Mrs. Annabelle Yeboah-Ose, who's the Director of Operations at PDA. They are putting this together. Let's put our hands together for her as she comes to kickstart it all for us. I'm your Master of Ceremonies, Mawen Egbeta, by the way, just before I forget.
Thank you very much. Whilst you were speaking, I was just saying in my head, you've really captured all the concerns and the major points I want to say this morning. So it seems we are well aligned. So let's just get into it. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of PDA and our not-for-profit wing PDA Africa, I am honored to welcome you to the 8th Knowledge Sharing Workshop on Child Protection with the theme Protecting Children in Ghana's Cocoa Belt amid Galamsey, mobilizing private, public, and citizen action. So this is a call on all of us here. We also want to thank and acknowledge the presence of the various government representatives, cocoa companies, CSOs, community leaders, development partners, researchers, youth representatives, media partners, and the general public. Thank you for taking time off your busy schedule to be here, and welcome. I think our boss has already addressed quite the importance of this topic, but let me just also hit it once again. Galamsey, as we all know, is quickly becoming a menace in the country. It's affecting all aspects of our lives, such as our health, our water bodies, food, security, and even social structures. You know, and I know. We know the state of Galamsey in the country. A lot of the conversations are being had daily on Galamsey and its effects. And we really pray that these conversations and dialogues will continue until we come up with a lasting solution to this menace. However, what we have noticed is that majority of the conversations has been centered around the grown-ups, the effects on the grown-ups, the illegal minors themselves, the government's role, youth and adult illegal minors, even some of the foreign adults have come in. But today we want to take a step back and look at it from the child protection angle. What is happening to children in these Galamsey-prone communities, and how can we protect them? Galamsey, as we all know, has emerged as one of the most pressing threats to child welfare in Ghana, particularly in cocoa growing regions across the Western, Ashanti, and Eastern belts. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, over 21% of children aged between 5 to 17 in mining zones are engaged in child labor. The issues our boss mentions are real issues that are on the ground, real issues that are facing children in the communities. When you go to these communities, these are things you see. They are not just stories we tell. They are actually things that are happening in communities. The repercussions on the children are both direct and indirect, ranging from toxic exposure, school dropouts, child labor, malnutrition, social instability, and a whole lot of things. This, as a community, or as a society, as a country, should be a concern to us. We have to talk about these children and how they are beginning to normalize Galamsey. They see their parents, their elder siblings, sometimes even their role models engage in Galamsey every day. Some of them wake up to see their parents step out, go to the field, and come back. So now they are seeing it as a normal thing, as part of their society. They are seeing it as a legal source of income for them. But we know that is not the case. It should be a concern to us. We also have to talk about their exposure to these harmful chemicals such as mercury. How many of them see it every day in their homes, hiding in a table somewhere, under a table somewhere, or in a kitchen somewhere? How many of them are tempted to take it, to touch it, to even taste it? We all know how harmful these things are. And we know how inquisitive our children are. How are we protecting them against all of these? Something we also need to talk about is their exposure to the uncovered Galamsey pits in their communities. How many children have fallen into them and died or had injuries? Some of these stories may not make it to the news. We may not see it on the headlines, but they are happening every day in these communities. These are conversations we need to have. How are we protecting children? How are we protecting our future generation in these communities? At PDA, Our vision is of a world where states, communities, and organizations provide an enabling environment in which all people, regardless of sex, race, ethnicity, creed, age, or disability, can realize their full potential and contribute the best to the common good. We believe that everyone matters, and so children are very important and they matter. We need to start protecting and securing their future now. We recognize more we recognize more than ever how important it is to protect not only the present, but also the future of children, the young people, and the communities. Over the years, our not-for-profit wing, PD Africa, has worked continuously with our partners to design and implement programs aimed at protecting children and building or empowering existing community structures for this purpose. And we will continue to do so. We seek to work with communities, organizations, and governments to facilitate the participation of all people towards taking greater control over their own lives and building a better Ghana for all of us, especially our children. This knowledge sharing workshop on child protection is a critical opportunity for us as an organization to gather and present evidence, learn from all of us, policymakers, community actors, co-create innovative and indigenous-led interventions to ensure prevention, protection, and accountability mechanisms towards better programming and inter-actor collaboration. Today, we ask you that you freely share your knowledge and ideas about this topic. What can we do to protect children as CSOs, as government agencies, development organizations, media personalities, or even as an ordinary citizen seated here in the communities? What role can you play? What can you do? What idea do you have? What can you share? So that we can all work together and come up with a lasting solution to it. Let us take time to network, build strong collaborations, form new partnerships, and unconventional pairings so that our policies, our programs, and our enforcement systems evolve as rapidly as the problem. The goal today, as my dear colleague said, is not just to talk. We hope to end up with practical, realistic, and actionable steps that can enhance child protection. Let these conversations drive district level actions, national policy, and future programming across all stakeholders in the ecosystem. We also hope that the conversations will not end here. Let us continue to have it in our offices, in our boardrooms, in our meeting rooms, even in our bedrooms whilst we are sleeping. The late night chats among couples. Let's have it. Let's have this important discussion. What are you doing? What are you doing to help or contribute to protecting children in Galamsey prone areas? Let us not fail our children. They are counting on us to protect them now and also protect their future. Once again, thank you for coming, and I'm glad to officially declare this workshop open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Annabelle Yaboa. And she's crystallized for us as well what it is we're going to be getting into. And so there's a panel conversation we're expecting after our first break. And we're going to go into our very first presentation for the day, which will seek to begin to help us understand what the challenge of Galamsey really is, even as we ask ourselves how this is affecting our children. And that presentation is going to be done for us by winner Wendy Anani, who is the landscape liaison officer at Arocha, Ghana. If she's here, let's put our hands together for her. Arocha are friends in the fight against Galamsey, and so
Good morning, everyone. I'm not feeling the energy. Good morning, everyone. Yes. Galamsey, as we all know it, is not new to us. I mean, it's a conversation we've been having time and time and time again. And every time I get the opportunity to talk about it, I'm saddened because as somebody who works in the field, who gets to see this on a daily basis, it's heartbreaking. And so when we get a chance to come together to talk about it, it is my hope that we go with a renewed mindset that even though we do not see, some of us do not see the challenges or the impacts, there are real impacts on the ground. Okay. So is it going to be projected for me? Okay. Whilst we are waiting for them to project today's presentation, my presentation is going to cover a wide range, right? We are going to talk about Galamsey, the drivers, the impacts. And when we talk about impacts, we are going to delve deeper into environmental impacts, that is our water, our land, um, ourselves as well, and then the children, agriculture. We are going to talk about all that. And so I would like to start. But first of all, I want us to do a little activity. I call it the imagine activity. Now you're going to close your eyes and you're going to imagine. Imagine a life or a Ghana without Galamsey. Let's imagine that. Oh, is it not beautiful? Now, let's open our eyes and then just look at the reality we have on ground and then ask ourselves what we can do. What is it that I as an individual can do to make the imagination I have of a Ghana without Galamsey come into force or come into effect? I have titled my presentation for today, Understanding Galamsey's Crisis. And I'm going to go into what Galamsey actually means. Now, I am sort of like a teacher in a way, so we are going to be very interactive. And so, can I come down? Okay. All right. So I'm going to go around and ask what your understanding of Galamsey is. I know in the introduction we have talked about it. I know we've heard about it. But then, just in your own understanding, just give me a sentence of what Galamsey means to you.
Okay, to me, Galamsey is a depletion of the land. Yeah, they totally destroy it of its natural resources, which benefits both the animals and human beings. Yeah, so they deplete.
Okay. Also, to me, Galamsey is another term for illegal mining, and it's also, as my fellow said, the destruction of water bodies or the land in search for natural resources, gold, and other mineral resources as well. So basically, that's what I understand by Galamsey.
Okay.
Yes, I remember when I was younger, I heard Galamsey is gather them and sell. That was what I heard. Thank you.
Okay. So everybody has an understanding of Galamsey. Once upon a time, we used to call Galamsey artisanal small scale mining, artisanal small scale and illegal mining, right? But now I want us to move away from artisanal because you can have a licensed miner engaging in, next, yes. You can have a licensed miner or licensed mining company engaging in artisanal. And you can have a Galamsey operator doing mechanized mining. And so there has been a total shift in what we once thought Galamsey was. Gather and sell. They used to take it in their pants, go and gather the sand take it home, go and wash, and go and sell. But now we have heavy machines digging the ground and destroying things. We also have the aspect that talks about permitting, right? We have people, mining companies that do not have permits, right? We call them illegal miners and we call them Galamsey. And we also have those who have permits but are non-compliant. They're also in Galamsey. Just that, you see, there's a thin line between the Galamsey as we know it and the small-scale mining. And so when we talk about Galamsey, everybody is focused on, oh, wait, you only permit, or he doesn't have a permit. And so today, we are going to understand that there is a thin line between the Galamsey as we know it and the small-scale mining. Now, when we talk about permitting, there are various regulations that govern the mining industry. And so any entity or individual that does not go in accordance with getting and receiving permitting from the various regulatory institutions, right, to actually start the processing. And even when you go for this permitting, there are various permits. I mean, you get prospecting, you get the mining. When you have somebody using a prospecting license to mine, it is illegal mining. So the conversation has grown very wide. The scope has grown massively. And so we have different acting or drivers that come together to make this Galamsey what we know as Galamsey. And that is why it has become very difficult to fight. Because on one hand, we are just looking at people without license. We are looking at those who go and wash after the mechanized mining has taken place. We take our troops to the site, and those are the people we arrest at the end of the day. But then we come back, and then those who have the money, right, have already gone to go and destroy the land. They are also Galamsey, but because of protection, when it comes to finances and all that, we do not actually get to see that aspect of, I mean, how many of us have heard a kingpin, Galamsey kingpin, as we call them, ever being arrested? No, we always hear the small boys and the small girls running around. Okay. The scale, now, according to Mincom, their statistics, over 3 million Ghanaians are involved, 3 million people are involved in illegal mining. And that's very scary, because how can 3 million people decide the course of a country, decide to destroy waters, decide to destroy food, decide to destroy biodiversity and our land? It's scary that we allow, out of a country of over 30 million, right? And then we have a percentage, and they are not even up to 20%. Involved in illegal mining. And out of that, how many of them are children? It's sad. Now, we talk about geography. How many regions do we have in Ghana? 16. And out of 16, we have, when we talk about the hotspots, we have about 7 regions. And that is almost half of Ghana. When you go to the field, I am in the field a lot. Now, when you go to the field and you are doing monitoring, you just want to see what is on the ground. You even take a drone shot. Sometimes you can see, oh, this is a forest. You can see it from afar. But when you take a drone shot over, you realize that, oh, the forest is actually not a forest because miners have invaded. So when we talk about the scope, or when we talk about geography, in Ghana, we have about 7 regions. But hotspots, we can name them Eastern, Western North, Ahafo, Central, and the likes. Now, what is actually making, what has been the historical path of Galamsey in Ghana? We came from a time where we were doing the wash and sell. And now we have moved to a time where Galamsey operators are more, some of them are more mechanized and sophisticated than even licensed miners. and what at all is driving that. We say most of the time, the first answer that we normally get when we talk about drivers is poverty. Greed. Greed is one. The rising gold price is another. Right now, gold is a safe haven. How many of us know that? It's safer to invest in gold than to invest in anything. Yes, people are buying gold now because they've come to see the value of gold. We have all come to see the value of gold. Gold was, 1 ounce was about $1,500, and now 1 ounce is $4,000. Over 168% increase in gold price. Now everybody wants to be rich. So if everybody wants to be rich, it's an alternative. That's coupled with the fact that illegal gold is always getting market. So it's a demand and supply affair. If they were not getting demand, they will not be able to supply, or it will dwindle down. But because the demand is always high, there needs to be supply, and they will supply us however they can. We are also looking at poor regulation. Now, when we talk about poor regulation, we are not talking about the fact that, regulatory institutions cannot do their job. That is not what we are talking about. But we are talking about the fact that, do they even have what they need to do their job? I was in a radio show 2 days ago, and we're talking about human rights and mining. And we're talking about the fact that in a district of over 33 communities, there is one Shraj office with 4 officers without a car. How do they regulate? Our regulatory institutions have their offices in the regional capital with very few officers at their disposal. How do they go about ensuring compliance? And when we talk about poor regulation, there's an aspect of it that is very sad for me. And that is when regulatory institutions really, really outline what they think is their role. So when you talk about illegal mining, EPA says, I don't deal with illegal mining. Minerals Commission says, no, I don't deal with illegal mining. I deal with licensed. Water Resources say, they've not come to the water, so even if they are getting close to the buffer, let's wait until they get to the buffer. That is poor regulation. Do we all agree? Yes. So it is coupled with the fact that regulatory institutions are all working in silos. It also amounts to poor regulation because something that we could come together to do, practical example, the attempted diversion of the Brim River. We got the information through a patrol, right? Water Resources was informed, EPA was informed, Minerals Commission was informed. Now, they are all, okay, so I'm based in the Eastern region, the Atiwa landscape of Arusha, Ghana. And they all came to the landscape separately. So Water Resource came, we went to the site, went to do water quality analysis and all that. Then EPA comes, and we go to the same site. And they also go and do their own assessment. At the end of the day, so I was talking to a colleague and I asked, why can't they come together and work together? Because yes, we know that the resources are not enough, but we also know that together, when we come together, we'll be able to handle two. Two is always better than one, right? And so that amounts to also poor regulation. Our regulatory institutions do not have the adequate and necessary resources to even execute the job they are mandated to execute. Now we come to land use. Okay, right now, I was talking to a Galamsey operator, and he told me that his father's cocoa farm is there. Now, he's going to mine in it. At that time, he had come from a site and he was holding, I think, gold equivalent to about 36,800 from just 4 hours of being on the site, right? And so his father's farm at the end of the year does not generate that amount of money. And so what is he going to do? He's going to say assassin useless. Emano, because they've used the tester, they've gone to the site and they have realized that there's gold in the ground. And so even if it is for just a short period of time, he is actually willing to destroy the farm and then mine there. Whatever happened will happen. Then we came to the issue of mercury and all that. I'm moving very faster than my slides. We come to the issue of mercury and all that. And then he talks about the fact that he knows that he's going to die soon. And so, Sikano Okoseno, he's going there, and that I should even come. I was with Daryl. I should come. We should come. He that day he's going to spoil us, and we are going to enjoy. We are going to have fun because the day in their town in the night a whole and you are saddened by the kind of mindset that these people have. Now, yes, these people are people who are not educated and all that, but let's talk about people who are educated, who actually finance these activities. Okay. We also talk about unemployment, right, and poverty. It's sad. Of late, people don't even see farming as employment. I was in a discussion last week, Thursday, at Asankwegwa on the state of the Tano River Basin. We're talking about threats and interventions. You know, the mining is also affecting that river basin over there. And so there was the need for a conversation to be had. And we had actually done a research. We had stakeholders to engage. And one of the things that kept coming up was unemployment. So I asked the question, what is the primary source of employment in your town? He says, there is no source of employment, but people farm. So then I asked, is farming a source of employment? Maybe, just maybe, if we invest a bit better in agriculture, they would see it as, but then again, people are also into farming and are profiting, but it is the how, right? Now we have elevated mining above every other job in the country. I mean, you and I in the offices, you and I on the field doing our various jobs. Those in them, they don't even regard you because who are you? Who are you? Yes, who are you? So when we look at unemployment, we look at all these things. And yes, unemployment in another aspect also talks about the fact that because the lands are being destroyed, there is no land to farm anymore. Because the lands are being destroyed, the waters are being destroyed, there are no fishes. Fish. Go and fish. Alternative livelihoods programs that are introduced into landscapes like this cannot generate as much as illegal mining generates on a weekly basis or on a daily basis. And that is a thought for discussion. Okay. So in our research, we found out that I am on the slide with the spatial patterns. Go back, yeah. So when you look at the hotspots of illegal mining, one of the key things that you identify is that these hotspots, now when you look at the map, they are all around where we have recorded gold deposits. Recorded gold deposits. So we know that when you go to the Ghana Mining Repository, you get all the information over there. There are recorded gold deposits across the country. And so strategically, illegal miners also have access to this information. And so they go and then wide across. Their businesses are even booming than that of the licensed companies. And it is very sad. It is very, very sad. Okay. So, Galamsey, illegal mining. We have a term we call it organized illegality. It is very organized. Very organized. But it is illegal. So it's like organized crime. Because you get a financier, you get your politician or somebody in high office or in power to back you up. You get regulatory institution. You can get maybe a police in your corner who can give you alerts when there is a raid coming up. You get your middlemen, right? You have your informants. So it's a hierarchy like that. You have your informants. Then you have those who work on the ground. Okay. Those who so the foremen. We have the middlemen, we have the foremen, and then we have those who work on the ground. Now, at the end of the day, when we want to raid a site, who do we get? The one on the ground. We do not get the foreman. Hardly do you get the foreman. It was recently I read that Naimos arrested a foreman because he had come there to bribe them with over like 100,000 or something at Ayin Swano. Now, you hardly get the foremen, you hardly get the middlemen, you hardly get the financiers, you hardly get the politicians, you hardly get the regulatory institutions or bodies or persons backing these people. And so, when you get the people on the ground, they migrate and get new people on the ground. And the cycle continues. It is so organized that we were going to the Atiwa forest. There is a community you enter. Oh, you see people lazing about, right? They were just at the outskirts of the town, just before you enter the town. Before we got to the site, they had already been informed by those who were there that omubo. And so you begin to see them walking out, coming out of the forest like that. They are coming out. They are coming out. They are coming out. And these people move away from where it has become very heated or very hot. Sorry for the tree because I interact a lot with the local people. So yeah. So they move away and start all over again. Immigration goes unchecked because a lot of these low-level people are migrants. They are immigrants from other countries coming. There's a whole community that is filled. Sometimes they bus them to the sites. And you watch. And these people are armed most of the time. They are armed. They are on drugs, different kinds of drugs. And it's very scary because there will always be a supply of migrants or immigrants or desperate people willing to take up dangerous roles for just something small. Okay, so we are going to look at the environmental impact and damages of illegal mining. Now, the first I'm going to talk about is water. Water is life. And life is precious. There was an ad like that. Voltic, I think. Yes. And out of a lot of our river bodies, right? When you take the sample, I think I took a sample of about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We only had about 2 that were not polluted as a result of illegal mining. There was one that was minimally polluted, but the rest were gone. And let me just even come closer to us. The Atiwa Forest Reserve is a watershed to Brim and Densu, which supplies Accra, Wija. The state of Densu, as we speak now, is scary because the rivers have been diverted at different points. Abstraction points, Ghana Water Company has shut down in various areas. In Chebi alone, they've shut down in Chebi, they've shut down in Apidra because the turbidity of the water. When we talk about the water, we are talking about one, turbidity, and we are talking about their chemical components. They are becoming polluted with heavy metals, and their turbidity is also rising. You can get turbidity of about 8,000, 12,000, 20,000, and their machines cannot. Now, if water has a turbidity of 20,000, can even fishes survive in it? And this is the same water that communities depend on. Communities depend on these waters for different purposes. For farming, for domestic purposes, for even their manual labor and construction purposes. But these waters are polluted, and they have to travel miles for access to water. A farmer was sharing a concern with me some time back, and he said, because I have to carry water from the house, or top bag of water, sachet of water. No one saw to nitiso. Na oko nikoko fuswa. Obieno tots. No we share pause under it. And that is how he is trying to give water to his cocoa farm. How long can that continue? At the end of the day, the cocoa farm, when someone comes and offers to buy, to clear the land and mine, easily, they will just clear the land, take what they can take in the moment, and then go their separate ways. Illegal mining has become a canker to every aspect of our lives. I mean, when we talk about the impact of illegal mining, most of the time we just focus on, as Mrs. Annabelle said, we just focus on water, the forest reserves, and the land. But it goes beyond that. It goes far beyond that. It affects everything. It even affects state of mind. Because if a child, before going to school, has to go miles to fetch water, by the time she comes back or he comes back, it is 12 p.m. It is time for lunch break. And then comes to school, they've learned a lot of things. And even sometimes the teachers get an empty class. And even sometimes there are no teachers to teach because the teachers have also found a way to get into illegal mining. So our land is in trouble. Our water is in trouble. Now, the charts, state revenue ambiguity. Chart, yeah. Look at the total land area of Ghana. Look at the land percentage of land under mining. Look at the total land area of China. And look at their percentage under mining. Look at Indonesia. And look at their percentage of mining. Ghana is in the first three. And looking at our land size, even look at DR Congo and South Africa. Look at their land size and look at Ghana. matching them boot for boot when it comes to illegal mining. This actually should make us worry, because if of all the big guns, Ghana with a small land size has a percentage of 6.3. Mining intensity, extracting resources over large portions of the land. And then we find Ghana there going boot for boot. It's a concern. It goes to talk about my next point, which talks about the land use. The percentage of our land that have been lost to illegal mining. The amount of or percentage of farms. And when we talk about farms, we don't just talk about just the cocoa farms. We have other farms as well, the plantations and all that. But one challenge I had in the field, I noticed in the field, was that the cocoa farms were the easy marks for illegal miners, because the regulation was not as hard as the regulations of the rubber plantations when it comes to compensations. Now, we were in the Western region, and they have a lot of rubber farms, rubber plantations over there. They were telling us that, so for an illegal miner to encroach on your rubber farm or rubber plantation, when he destroys one rubber plantation, it will be multiplied by the number of years that rubber plantation, rubber tree can serve you. So if he has even destroyed 20 trees and they are valuing one tree at 200 cedis times 20 years, and even if in a year you are able to harvest from the tree 3 times, it will be included. Then they come to the land that has been destroyed. So their system gives them a bit of covering, because, a lot of the rubber plantations source from GREL, and GREL has very strict regulations. Now let's come to cocoa. Somebody told me that they were pegging a tree at, and this was early in the year, they were pegging one tree at 2 cedis, 80 pesos. Say, when the evaluators came to the land to evaluate the cocoa, they pegged a tree for him at 2 cedis, 80 pesos. And at the end of the day, the trees on his farm amounted to 2,800. And that is, they don't even take into consideration the lifespan of the tree and how much yield the cocoa produces. And so it's an easy mark for illegal miners, because, they can pay right now and take the land. But when we have strict regulations, we realize that it becomes difficult for them. Okay. So, we talk about Ghana and threatening cocoa is what we've been talking about. There are lapses in enforcement and in regulations. And even officers, the resources, there are not enough resources to actually enforce in the first place. So you realize that when it comes to illegal mining, we are mostly talking about enforcement, because every industry or every ministry or every regulatory body that is supposed to enforce lacks the resources to enforce. Now, still on land use and still on cocoa, aside for the heavy metals, mercury and lead that are used in mining, there are other chemicals that are found in the land right? Now, these chemicals found in the land, when it is dug out, becomes very harmful to us. And that will bring me to my point on food, where of late our food security is shaken because virtually every food grown has some percentages of heavy metals in them. According to FDA, there's heavy metals in turmeric, there's heavy metals in Tom Brown, there's heavy metal in cassava, there's heavy metal in tomato. Now we are in Accra, we all source from Makola or Medina or Agbodbulushi or wherever it is, or even from the mall. Do we test our foods before they get there? How do you know that the cassava, the fufu that you have gone to buy and eat, it was planted in Accra? Accra, do we even have lands to plant? These foods are sourced from elsewhere. And so it all comes down to affect us as individuals. I'm not going to talk about children because there are other speakers after me who are going to focus on children. But I want to just share a story with you. Now, in my landscape, I work with children as well, schools. We work with schools as well. So I asked a couple of children what they wanted to be in future. And guess the answer. Somebody said he wanted to be a Galamsey kingpin. Yes. I was worried. I was really worried when I got that answer. One person said she wanted to be a nurse, a teacher. The other said he wanted to be a police officer. And the other said he wanted to be a Galamsey kingpin. So I was worried where that kind of response was coming from. I later on found out that the child's school, that school is very close to a mining site, an active mining site. Without walls, the school doesn't have walls. And so they get to see the children engaging in those activities. The person has classmates engaging in said activities. And so when we talk about Galamsey and children, the conversation will take us the whole day. But I'll try and wrap up by talking about the fact that even now, according to the African Insight report, which was done just recently, we realized that illegal gold is being used to even fund wars in Sudan. There's weapons for exchange around the north, Burkina Faso and Ghana. We are trading weapons for gold. I mean, they give us, the insurgents bring us the weapons, and then we get the gold. And that is why the conflict never cease to die, because the gold is available. It has become it's a currency that we use to trade, and we are using to fund some of these conflicts. There are a lot of gaps within the regulatory institutions that we need to address, and that needs, there has to be a lot of real conversations. Real conversations. There are a lot of disputes now in communities because the small land that is left, they will fight over it. People are fighting over it. The networks have moved from in-person to social media. On TikTok, at night, you find them recruiting children, recruiting people to, oh, Yawaha say we are mining here. Oh, this place, there's a lot of gold. You can come. When you come, say you are looking for this. There's high increase in substance abuse. Now, when you walk the trail to the mining site, you would see the empty sachets of the hard substances, tramadol, they call something red, and a couple of others. You find them, alcohol and all that. You find them. There's death. Now, we hear about death a lot. And most of the time, according to a credible source, the number reported is not even the number. The number reported is only those who have relatives that have reported them missing. So you can have a pit with about 50 people and only 3 people will be reported because the rest, nobody has come to look for them. And that is a call for concern. Ghana obviously is doing a lot to try, and we are doing a lot in quotes to try and curb this menace. But even the NIMOS that has been set up does not even have adequate funding or resources to enforce. That is why they went and they were beaten the other time. And so we need to have real discussions. We need to have real discussions. Obviously, as a Rosha, we actually lead conversations on illegal mining. We do a lot when it comes to illegal mining advocacy. We do a lot of restoration activities as well. We do FPIC, engage conversations on FPIC and compensation. And then there are projects that we do in the landscape that seeks to address some of these things. But we can't do it alone. It needs collaboration. We all need to come together to actually put our heads together, find meaningful solutions and real solutions that are actually going to have a greater and wider impact and help us stop this fight on Galamsey. Thank you very much. My name is Wendy.
Thank you as well, Wendy, for helping us with that presentation. And so we've laid the background or the foundation upon which, when we begin to zoom into the conversations, we know what the situation is. But just one point, another thing that we found out as to why the cocoa farms are targeted is they believe the cocoa farms is where you find more gold than any other place. And so the rubber plantation may be there, but there's a very funny belief that where cocoa is grown, you find more gold there. And so they continue to target those areas. Just also like to acknowledge the presence of some distinguished individuals who have joined us for this all-important conversation. We have here Abdulrahman Abdullahi, who's the Nestle Cocoa Plant Manager for Ghana and Nigeria. If you're here, kindly just give us a wave. Let's put our hands together for him. So is Mr. Julius Chachu with the Right to Play. He is the My Life, My Rights project manager as well. Let's put our hands together for him. We're expecting some remarks in respect to this presentation, but considering that we still have a few more seats scattered in front, I just want us to, we've listened to the presentation, whilst we try and fill the seats in front of us a bit more, then we as well use perhaps 2 to 3 minutes to as well talk to each other as we prepare for the remarks as well. And so just a short interactive session, because everything we'll do here today will be very interactive. So I see this place is very, very empty. And so perhaps we have a lot more people there. Whilst we're moving, we can, oh, hi, my name is Mawina. I work with X and X. My name is Mawina. I work with TV3. But you as well can introduce yourself to another person as we ready ourselves for the conversation. So let's kindly move forward again because there are still a number of MTC and we're streaming, and so we just want to ensure that the cameras can portray a much better version of everything that's happening. Optics is very important, and so we'll try and do that. And then the brief tete-a-tete as to introductions and what we're looking forward to most from our conversations today. All right. So thank you very much. It's sometimes very hard when you ask people to move forward and they don't agree to move forward. So thank you very much for agreeing to move forward. We'll take special remarks on the need to protect children now within the Cocoa Belt, and this will be done for us by Abena Aprekua Bedu Abwaji, who is the Principal Programs Officer at the Department of Children from the Ministry of Gender and Children and Social Protection. Let's put our hands together for her as she joins us with the remarks.
Good morning. I'm supposed to make a presentation and remarks, but Maybe I'll do the presentation with protecting children in Ghana's cocoa belts amid Galamsey. I don't know whether my slide is ready for me to do. Okay. Thank you, Madam Wendy, Winner Wendy, yes, for your excellent presentation. I actually think Galamsey, for me, is scary. I was on the field about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And what I saw, it got me very, very scared. And what are we doing to ourselves as a country? Even not for our children, but even for the society, it's scary. You go to a place, even near a police station, they are doing Galamsey. It's like everybody is helpless and we are just looking on. But one thing I realized that the Galamsey operation is fueling the local economy in those places. As early as 5:30, fufu is ready, wache is ready. Everything, every food that you can find is ready in those communities. So the people wake up early in the morning, they go and eat this heavy food and are ready to go to the bush. To even what they sell is about Galamsey items. Everything, you see motors, you see other things, everything is ready. And it's like every early in the morning, everybody is moving from one side. Like it makes the economy because the economy is shit. Everybody is bustling and hustling. The young boys are just gathered around. They are moving. They are ready to move into action. And I asked myself, what is it? What is there for our children? We went to eat for me, I was scared to eat in those areas. Seriously. Even water. Fine, I use bottled water. But food, I ate once a day. Because I was just eating biscuits. Because I was scared to eat. Because at least for that place, you think it's from the source. So if you eat, you think you are eating Galamsey food or Galamsey water or Galamsey soup or Galamsey fufu. We were scared. We went to eat in a place. Then with this young boy, he had finished University of Cape Coast. He doesn't have any work to do. So he's a waiter there. Then I asked myself, what is the incentive for a child to go to school? If you look at it, definitely there are more young people in that area who have finished school and they do not have work to do. Work to do. So probably they either engage in Galamsey or they go and work as waiter or waitresses. And what is that incentive for our young children? If you go to school, you get to the university and you finish and you do not get work to do, what should they do? They'll just go to this ready job that is there for them. They'll even get more money than us that are working and we've gone to school for so many years and we are working. Because we went there to train district social welfare officers and other stakeholders on child protection. And somebody was saying that a schoolboy came and said that after 2 weeks in the bush, I've been able to buy a motorbike. And was telling the teacher, how long have you taught? And you've not bought. So it is no incentive. And the boys, when they get to Form 3, they just run away. They come and register for BEC and they go back to the bush, especially for the boys. So please, let me start with the presentation because it's very, I don't know, but please, this is my presentation. Most of us here have gathered here, so we know the definition of child protection. Or should most of us here know what child protection is. For me, when I go around and I talk on child protection, this is a very long definition, but for me, the simple definition that I tell people is anything that we do that prevents and protects children from violence, exploitation, harm, and neglect is what child protection is. So let's look at ourselves here. Most of us work in either the prevention aspects of child protection or the response aspects of child protection. So for me, the long definition is on the board right now. Child protection encompasses philosophies, policies, standards, strategies, guidelines, and procedures to prevent and respond to all forms of intentional and unintentional. Some of our violations or harm that we cause children is sometimes it's unintentional. We think we are protecting our children, but our actions might expose them. So then we go to what it seeks to do. It guarantees the life free from violence, to okay, we are here. So then we talk about the violations. The violation is any act of abuse, neglect, and exploitation by a person or institution that deprives a child of safety. Normally, when we are talking about child protection violation, we think it's only individuals. Institutions also violate the rights of children. Today, we are talking about something else in the media, and we are watching. We do not want to preempt the Supreme Court or the courts, but we are just watching whether the rights of these children will be upheld or not. Let's look at that one too. Then also underlying cause of child protection violation, poverty, societal weakness of protective structures and systems. Yesterday, I was in a meeting and a colleague of mine went for a conference in Ethiopia. And when she came back, she said children in Africa said poverty is a form of abuse against them. Do you agree? Somebody said it's not their fault. Children in Africa, some of the children in Africa were there. They say that poverty is a form of abuse because sometimes it's used as an excuse to violate their rights. So maybe if we look at it from that angle, we can better understand where they are coming from. Then the key issues, the child protection key issues in Ghana, corporal punishment, teenage pregnancy, child trafficking, child abuse. Can you go back? We are talking about Galamsey. But when you go to areas where Galamsey is very, very high there, all these child protection issues exist there. Teenage pregnancy, corporal punishment, child abuse, child neglect, child labor. Because this is what we are talking about. Child labor is also there. The child online abuse and also lack of access to justice. Can we go on? So these are the various laws and policies that regulate child protection in Ghana. There are a lot. You can find it all there. Let's move on. Okay. We are going to define, we all know the definition of child labor. It is the work that deprives a child of their childhood, education, potential, and is mentally and physically and morally harmful. But they also, in the Children's Act and also in the ILO Convention, children under 18 years are generally prohibited from engaging in work that interferes with their schooling and hazardous. And Galamsey is hazardous. And children are not supposed to engage in Galamsey. But somebody will ask us, how do we regulate something that is illegal? We ask ourselves that question. If you go to a place and they will as Madam Wendy said, the regulatory institutions will say, this is not my work, this is not my work. And you say, why don't they regulate or make sure that children are not involved in Galamsey? They say that how do you go and regulate or prevent children from an activity that is illegal? Because if you say you are going to regulate, what kind of guidelines are you going to put in place for an illegal activity? Then it comes back to the social welfare or the labor inspectors. How best do we ensure that children are not engaged in such hazardous activity? And we all know most of our institutions are handicapped, especially for the district social welfare and community development officers at the district. They handle almost all the vulnerable or the social issues in the district. They take care of so many vulnerabilities of children, adults, children and adults, the aged, it's the people with disability. Normally they are overwhelmed. They lack living there. Sometimes you go to a district and you do not have enough human staff to even work there. They do not even have a car. They don't even have a motor to even do those kind of checks. I went to Dadesu in the Swamine district. And that luckily when we were going there to train, we didn't even see any female officer there. They were all male. Nobody wants to. And even with them, they are few. They are about three. And you will see a social welfare officer in this big district with a lot of child protection issues. And there are only three men handling these issues. Then it becomes a very serious issues for our children. So let's look at the areas. So for the vulnerabilities of children in cocoa and mining areas. For children in cocoa, they are very vulnerable to child labor and poverty. I remember somebody would say, Ghana, there's no child labor because your parents, you have to be taught what your parents are doing. But with child labor, the experts will tell you that every work, every age of a child and the work that the child can do. We do not say children should not be involved in work, but it depends, it's supposed to be age appropriate work. You can't see a child who is 3 or 4 handling a knife. You can't use a child who is 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 years carrying heavy loads. The child can just gather small things and go. Or when you go to the cocoa farms, you can just gather the cocoa beans to a place. After scooping it, they just gather it at one place. That's what we are saying. We are not saying children shouldn't involve. We can't teach our children any kind of way, but there has to be age appropriate. But with child labor also, there is a hazardous framework. That's every activity and where children can go and do the work. And it's there. With every activity, what is hazardous? That children can't engage in those activities on the farms and other places. Then also, illegal mining increase the risks of polluted water, unsafe environment, loss of family land, and family displacement. Yes, for me, I'm interested in the family displacement also for illegal mining. We know that some of them also migrate from one area to the other. So when the mother and the father decides to move to a particular place for illegal mining, so the father will be engaged in mining the gold, then the mother probably will be selling something. Then they leave these children. Then what happens to these children? Normally, they are left with maybe an aged grandmother or an elderly sibling to look after these children. So maybe weekends they come, or after some few months, they come and look after the children, then they go back. Then the children are left there to fend for themselves. At that moment, the child is exposed. We know it's not everybody who is, if you leave, in case you leave your child with somebody to take care of your child, or somebody might be lurking around and just checking, the parents are not there, can use this opportunity to maybe abuse this child or you lure this child into certain kind of activities. Most of the child protection violations we have in this country borders on parental irresponsibility. And one of these issues is family display. Sometimes even we know that there is a place in the mining areas. You'll be there in your room, but they'll be mining under your under your house. Or even in that house, they've dug the hole and they are going and coming. All these things exposes our children, and there's a need for us to protect them. And also, girls are vulnerable to exploitation. Adolescents, pregnancies, and child marriage is also very, very high in those areas. So let's look at, I went to, is it Jaboso that I went? These young girls, the way they were dressed and walking around, and I fear for our children, seriously. And it exposes them because the Galamsey operators have money. they are walking around feeling so powerful and they have money, they can just easily lure these young girls into having sex and just giving them money. Because these children also need this money economically, they need to survive. And also they'll use this, and also sometimes too, they use this money to maintain the kind of standard that they've set for themselves. So then if you are not lucky, then it will then lead to teenage pregnancy. And normally adolescent pregnancy leads to child marriage. They'll say so far as you've gotten pregnant for the person, then move to your boyfriend's family house and go and live there. And they just give these children out to marriage. And one of the issues also with the Galamsey and the Cocoa areas also is that when I know the Galamsey, they have a term that payday or something, that the whole place is lively, and that is when these young girls come out and when I went to Mansour Menfi, and they had that day I stayed for the weekend, and they had this, I don't know whether they call it jam or activity, and the way these young girls were there with these Galamsey operators, and we were there, we were eating, and once somebody just came to tell the receptionist, oh, I want a room. I just want short time. She has gotten somebody they stayed there and they just partied throughout the night. These were young boys and young girls. Partied throughout the night till I think 1 or 2 before they left. They are not going to school, they are not doing anything, they are just in there. Place enjoying themselves. Early in the morning, they go back to the bush. If we expose our children early enough to money, then school is not interesting for them again. Then it becomes a problem. What kind of human resource are we building for the future? There has to be a behavioral change with regards to making education, I don't know how to say, the inspiration, or making it lucrative for our children to engage, to go to school rather than Galamsey. Please, next slide. So, the consequences of child labor, I talked about it, education impacts, dropouts, irregular attendance, and poor learning outcomes. There is a community in Seshiri also. When I was reviewed, but it got to a time when it's market day, children are missing from the schools. You won't see any child in the school. Everybody is market to sell. So the child protection team in the region, that's the West, that time it was under Western region, they had to do a lot of awareness creation. Liaise with the district assembly to make sure that no child is found in the market during market days, because it became a problem. Every market day, you wouldn't see children in the classroom. They just moved to work. And also, health risks, exposing our children to chemicals and pesticides, physical harm, and other things. Then there's social harm, exploiting the situation of children, early marriage, vulnerability to abuse or trafficking. It's also another area also that children are faced with. Then the economic side, so it perpetuates poverty and limits future earning potentials. I've talked about this enough. So child labor in cocoa farms, I was talking about the hazardous framework. So it gives us some kind of idea. The hazardous work on our cocoa farms or during the cocoa process is that spraying pesticides without protection, and also carrying heavy loads and using sharp tools like machetes. It's very, we are not, people will say that we are preaching things, it's selling. When I was young, I sold things, and that's what looked after me, and that's what has brought me this far. But We are saying that children can do it, but spraying of pesticides without even any, for me, don't even let children under 15 years do those kind of work. But if they have to do it 15, then provide them with the protective equipment so that to protect them. Even with the adults, they even wear how much more children that we don't even provide the protective equipment for them. You have moved. Okay. So protecting children, the key strategies for us as a ministry, somebody asked, so what are you doing for the protection of children in Galamsey areas? One of the key things I talked about the definition of child protection is prevention. Our main aim, one, is to do awareness creation. That is the prevention. In protecting children, the first thing we need to do is to prevent. So for awareness creation, we are doing a lot of things through our traditional leaders and opinion leaders, and also empowering the voices through our children's parliaments and forums to demand safer futures, empowering our children to speak up. Ghanaian children do not have a lot of voice. We think that Ghanaian children are exposed, but most of Ghanaian children do not know their rights. And it's a very big thing that we are doing as a ministry to ensure that children know their rights. And also we need to improve access to education, economic strengthening, linking families to LEAP and social protection schemes to reduce the pressure so as to rely on children for the family income. And also straight monitoring. There is a campaign or an intervention called child safety zones or child labor free zones that we have been advocating for, and it's very, very important. And also, when we do the rescue and rehabilitation, provide the integration plans, that is schooling, effective case management, counseling for these children. Some of them most of the time are traumatized. So for the awareness creation, there is a toolkit we have to be developed with the help of our donor partners, especially UNICEF, in championing behavioral change for children, how we see children. And as part of our work, we've been able to develop toolkits on child labor. And it is a flashcard we use in the community to ensure that they generates conversations and they bring us about their own solution, how best they can help children involved in child labor or any other protection issues that we see in the communities. They come with their own solutions. We do not come from, they'll say we came from Accra and you've come to impose your solutions on them. They generate their solutions and we go back. So far this year, we've been able to sensitize 20,920 people on child labor, and it includes 12,047 girls and 8,873 boys. It's a very, very powerful tool that we are using to protect our children in child labor. For us as the Ministry of Gender, we provide awareness creation as a prevention, also provide some kind of service. My colleague will talk about the SWIMs, the case management, making sure that we reintegrate children and the rights of children are protected in the country. So for me, the call to action, we need to regulate mining in the region, make sure that we empower our labor inspectors to make sure that children are not involved in child labor and enforce our laws. And the behavioral change, we are working seriously to make sure that we change the behaviors of children, of attitude towards children, and also protecting our children. Thank you very much.
Let's put our hands together for her as she makes her way. We're going to zoom straight into the next package, and there's a documentary that's been put together on children's welfare. If it is ready for us, I think that will lay the foundation for the last presentation. Then we'll go for a short tea break. We'll return and then we'll begin the conversations. And so if that is ready, we can get into it. But thank you very much again, Madam Aprikua Bwaji, on a number of the things. That documentary is ready, we'll take that and then we'll return for the final presentation and then make way for our panel conversation. I get the indication that will come in a short while as a team puts that together. But for all of us who've been listening in on what it is, I'm sure we're beginning to get a sense of where we are and what really the challenges are in helping protect children. And so, one, we've identified that they're making a lot of money. One, that very easily, if you ask them to come out of the pits, they'll ask you, where am I going to make 6,000 cedis or 5,000 cedis in a week? And as it stands now, an answer to that is very difficult. How do we make education lucrative? How do you tell someone who's making 5,000 cedis and leave that and get into the classroom, go and study and prepare for an exam, which for most of them, they finish and point to an elder person and say, I know someone who's completed school and doesn't have a job. If I have one now, why should I stop and go to the classroom? These are some of the challenges which, when we come here and we're having the conversations, hopefully we can begin to find, because I've thought about it personally, and like I mentioned, because of what I do, we have these conversations every now and then. And it's a very difficult thing to answer, because they are seeing money that I can confidently say for the most part, some of us will not see in a week, but they are seeing that in a week. And if it were just the money, then perhaps we can say we can seek alternatives, or perhaps a number of these government interventions can seek to regularize, but it's coming with extra challenges, which is the drug abuse, which Madam Popia mentioned that there's a trail of pallets and sachets of hard substances which they've used, and they are getting our young girls pregnant, who are then giving birth to children who repeats the cycle, and it's looking like we're going around in a spiral and there's no real solution. And so these are some of the things that perhaps we'll be chewing on as we ready ourselves for the conversation. To get the indication that that documentary is ready, it's gone into the communities. We've gone into the communities, we've spoken to farmers, parents, some of the children as well. And let's try and paint a picture vividly as well as to what really is happening on the ground. I think we need just a bit of salmon for that as well, just quickly. And then, because we have online following as well. And so please share, if you go onto Facebook and YouTube, you see PD Africa, and this entire event is streaming there. And so you can share the link. Like I mentioned, it's not half an hour, but kindly share the link so that a lot more people can join as well. And then I will go through the stream and then read out as much of the questions and as much of the comments that will come through from there as well, so that great. Our audio is in, and so we can go in straight for this now.
mpanimfoɔ no yɛ ana de bɛ mbɔ Chinafoɔ din sɛ China ni ti China no mu sɛ asi wɔ ha onim yɛn ya na de sase no ma wɔ mo mpanimfoɔ no mɛ Galamsey dodo na ofi kurom ha nko school so a mpɔ no ma ba fi na wuri nti nkoboma ba ma memu enim tie me ya anso ona tumi ya My pompon miss.
Ama entontom ayo kumi ama. Ubu so bi yale a na okumpiri malaria.
I excited and sweet that out. Yadan Fubiana and one. I like no to be moved.
Satan was small to be a do buy an allied in you. And I will be saying as soon as what Williams what you.
The Hiroshima bomb in Japan is a less evil than the Galamsey that is happening in Ghana now, if we are going to look at the effect of it in the next 5 to 10 years' time.
Let me use this dialect. You say Akra Husikan Tema Ahumasoba Omini. Yes. My name is Ransford Osesibi, a teacher of the Asempana DAJHS. I am currently the assistant headmaster in charge of academics, and I've worked here for the past 6 years. I saw the community when Galamsey was non-existent, and I've seen it even as Galamsey activities are being carried out. It has a direct toll on our learners. By learners, I mean the children who come to school.
Chezikoni nkasano galani wa hama kwadano kodempia ni galemu na menena no ana me banu wa na bisha me ma office school masa kogala mempinda sanze wa kwa office school ba no kogala na ni eni adisua no so tebia galana na odwo no sa wonde diskaba.
As Galamsey, I say it's a national problem. I can relate so much because it has direct impacts on my district and the education in the district.
Exactly with the attendance of learners to school is an issue because it is an activity that gives learners or the people money. And so instead of them going to school, they want to start earning money. Because when you come out, you need to feel good. Keep on doing good, you make a change, and the best school is catching. We are going to hope. We want to do how and see everything about it.
Since the introduction of Galamsey in this community, it's been a headache for us in aspects of the learners. Everything about them has really changed. Their attendance, their performance, their dressing, everything.
It started here about 7-8 years ago from Edukum, a community near Farmine. And during that time, attendance of school children to school became a very big problem because the children found that more lucrative than coming to school.
We have learners as early as 6-7 years to 18-19 who are all in school. And almost learners in all these age brackets are involved in Galamsey activity.
As known nationwide, children who are interested in Galamsey, children as early as KG and primary school, will go to them and then find out what they want to do in future. And a child in KG and primary school child will tell you that he wants to be doing Galamsey. So a child like this will be in the class, and there is nothing that motivates a child to learn because he thinks that at the end of the day, his work is already cut out for him in the Galamsey side.
Yeah, it's mostly upper primary, that is from class 4 to class 6. That is within 9 to 14, 15 years onwards, yes. They are those who are resorting to Galamsey activity.
They have various different tasks. They have dig and wash. They have the one of they are carrying stones, and then the one they are carrying sand, and then a whole lot.
Why not call Galani Bida? We know we have to be. I'm going to support. You can't tell me what they didn't know. We are washing. Washing of the look at you that I wash it, then we are washing.
What's a table? Not what's a number of some of what
you didn't do there.
Number of things you did actually.
I could do it, you know.
No, I owe back it.
Or back it.
Pepe.
Pepe,
when the shower was a son from machine, what the fashion.
What did they never phone?
Pink.
What did you pick up from?
Yes, madam.
Pick the pickaxe. Pick the one make a can pickaxe only 2 for many people. Who did the pickaxe 2 for?
Yes, madam.
It's only 2 for my day.
I was going to shop, was a sabbath, so not from machine, the fashion, you stand.
What is the blown of the boy?
I can see you.
Yeah, they.
And I can see
Adakesi. It means Adakesi.
It has affected school attendance. Some learners go to the Galamsey activities late in the night and come early morning, prepare and come to school. They do not concentrate because they are exhausted from the previous day's activities from Galamsey.
Whenever you teach them, in fact, as you are in the classroom teaching them, whatever you say, within 3 to 10 minutes, they will forget. So we continue drilling them on one particular thing so that they will get it. Even within a week, they will forget. So in fact, this Galamsey activity is a whole lot.
Kwalade enye ma wo mu sanse school ade ehia. Ti the kwalade mu so Galamsey no school no yenko.
Eba na me kwal school so enye. Ora ko school. Ko school o me ko Galamsey. Ene ni to so bi mu so no. Ene so o me ba school so no. Oni ti se ade. O fu kwa na ore kura pato so be extra so be se ade da we no.
There are some who also skip school and go to the Galamsey sites to engage in the activities. There are some who do not engage in the activity directly, but go to the site to sell foodstuffs and merchandise of relevance to the main actors of this Galamsey activity.
Crown of school, normally, so especially the boys, no. Mobile school, no more sound, Aqua Fee. The nation say, quick money, almost ska, and ten cents a year, and no more here and meet me a day at to.
As I that one must school if I appointment.
That was I tell you, sir, with fee. We will hire the machinery, you should win. The ones are among her.
In one of my expeditions, I encountered a learner whose age will not cross the age of 10, coming from a Galamsey site. Engaging him, it came to bear that he had been sent by one of the 4 men in the Galamsey activity to come and buy cigarettes for him in the community. And so I saw him on his way back to the site. He was covered in mud, and it was a horrific scene. If you have children as early as this age in Galamsey, then obviously safety is something we cannot overlook.
The pits that are left behind have become a nuisance to the community and most importantly my school children, because I can count no less than 3 or 4 days of school children as a result of the effects of Galamsey. And the most recent one is right here in Edioma here, which is less than a month ago.
We were having our exams, and after the exams,
some of the people reported that 7 of my pupils went to swim in the pits. So it was like, if not by the grace of God and something bad has happened to these people, it will be a disaster. Children who are engaged in Galamsey are exposed to harmful chemicals like mercury. They use the mercury to sift out the gold ore from the base they wash and get after their Galamsey business at the end of the day. A lot of the elderly in the Galamsey activity want to make use of children because they have the notion that the children do the washing to get the base better. And the children are also trustworthy. They will not steal their loot or gain from the Galamsey activity. So they make use of the children. Apart from this harmful chemical, children are exposed to wide Galamsey pits filled with muddy water. It is not in the best interest of their health. Some children who do not even go there to engage in the activity take the pleasure of swimming in the pool. And mind you, this pool contains these harmful chemicals and some other stuff which are not in the best interest of their health.
In the recent meeting we had with heads of departments, also brought a very serious revelation. According to the health director, they were having children who were born, somebody with one hand, one leg, no ear, one eye, in my community, some of my communities here. A child of KG2, P1, P2, who we believe was born within the 10-year band of serious Galamsey, will be seated and will be dripping with saliva. So we see signs of imbecility, if there's a word like that, in some of the children in those communities where Galamsey is very endemic.
On the tangent of discipline, children who are directly involved in Galamsey, I would say, has disciplinary issues. They do not respect school rules and regulations. There are some who have even moral issues, respect towards the elderly, because they think they have money and nobody can control them.
But Galamsey the buy no, my friend come here, every day. If you say, "Sky come there no, open no need." It's not. I will be proud. It will come here.
Because now the peoples can take care of themselves. Based on that, they don't respect their parents anymore. Even teachers. At times, someone will do something, I'll punish the person will even leave.
we've had serious cases where children attacked teachers on the way, and because these teachers thought that these children were indisciplined and wanted to take it upon themselves to discipline these children, the children were always laying ambush to attack these teachers, and I had to transfer some of these teachers from that community.
Let me use this dialect. You say akran sikan tema ahomasoba omumu. Yes. Based on that, because they are naive and they don't know how to control themselves, and right now they have money, they can work, they can do everything from themselves. It's like most of them, especially the upper primary, we are finding it difficult to control them.
Especially the boys. And we have cases where some of these guys go make money, buy expensive phones, and they come to school with them. And just to brag that they are making money and all that. So
engaging them in conversation, some children told me that at times they even make as high as 500, 700,000 Ghana cedis from the Galamsey. And so if they are earning this much, what will be the motivation to come to school, fight for a brighter future, and at the end of the day, get a good living? To them, the good living has arrived, and it is with them now.
Some of these learners get into it because the home background isn't strong to support them financially. So if a learner feels that he or she is now self-reliant, like is able to get into some activity to make money, that person's controlling such a person is a serious case.
Yes, you come hakram. When you come on my school, best school, 7,000 actually between.
7,000.
Oh, 7,000. 70 million. So, around 15 years. The more. The school. Now, that will say, so I had the political and
22 million. 22 million. You know where I'm where am I 22 million? Anyway, give me a sign. To put anyway, to put this kind of man. Good man. What the top of you? About you, you know, 8 million. What do 8 million trusses? Every family trusses. What do you call it?
There are some children who are even forced to become breadwinners of their families because they are earning and their fathers are not even earning as much as they do.
Into this cow on as I plan so quiet, I quite one will tell the mammy Nassam, one will bear the scan by money mammy. None of mammy knew so any be at their toy and ready. No one ever so at their mark and so their toy and ready. Now, when you hear me build in the video time, I don't tell our orphan and ma a crown upon.
Most of the children, or most of the hours, are not coming to school because of poor parental care. The parents are unable to take care of the hours. Therefore, they have to take another option of going for the Galamsey in order to be able to survive in almost basic needs of life, what to eat and what to wear. So in fact, this Galamsey activity are not allowing the kids to come to school.
Na then the mama call site.
I don't know if so be on it. So, if you want to say the game self as food, you know, who feel cry of who of us, who of a better make a choice of papa. So that's answer. I'm not going to walk on the city. And then my mom, because I think you be a because or show and as the bacteria animal didn't know also. I said, this is my okay. Well, Miska. One some country, mammy. Some Miska. So I'm ambassador, but smell me some site. I'm going to sketch and look school. Walk or come to me. Now there are someone in your quad. Now I'm to tell you school. Site in it to me qua. It to me about the city. And I fit the city. Now back at me tell you school. Now say school can be inside the book. Let me tell you. Aye.
You not answer for I didn't say, no quite. But you tell you about him, Missing it to one. You be under missing. I ask about him, say, and so now, you be a come. And in the Santino, the Bible will say, men only in the call for your meeting. The child will say, and see on the point. And so we are saying, me back for now. They can another Galamsey, what I said, it's a basana, and no phones now affecting the whole community. They are not the
Most of the parents who also will come and fight with us because it is their children who are supporting the home. So why is it that if a child has not come to school and you punish the child?
They say, Kuma, so come here, back on. Walk on Galamsey, and I could be quite a crack. I didn't got to be doing. Come on, bro. Oh, Madame, Mamma.
Buy a buying bond seminar because security and I'm safety, no. Since Galamsey, but because I'm fairly safe,
I was here when I was called by the police commander that the people in class 4, the parents were there, and the head teacher wasn't even aware that they closed, and when they were tracking to their village, these people attacked them and raped this young girl. And we followed up, trying to get the culprits arrested. We followed up today. I think when they were bailed, they took off, and up to now, we cannot find these people.
They made them be a cost war site or now because any yes, and 1% of our because site.
So I'm encouraged here and do one, but in a hundred news, that man of a in the form of the brother, almost a new Timana on the night. But in Corani, to see our own swashing 5 times as if yes, and get
And look, I sent and crank at one. Communia 14 is a union 15 Miss Anna. And look, I saw Comoko school. The Dutch and our bomb. I'm my own son, and your bad Ramana, and connect my barber, and Corana Uncle Square, no for Sobiana, so no way again, said the girl, so the way a beco.
It will take a greater effort from community stakeholders and even the government to fight this Galamsey menace.
I saw him in Sonaka, and who didn't be free out. No, we say, oh, Kuna, no, Kuna. But any other what to have seen, when you see a kind of pro. You're near group, but to Jaya. After Galamsey, who are for God. According to Ghana has said, I mean, I suspect no similar than business. Yeah, or more. Young Koran is one of the years of the man. We see I'm not so you are Hopana, you need to me a yena, they are so what's happening while foreign city. Then you want to be a nice because of that into me. You can't say, and you have a prayer, and you can home from say, the man in your petit when you're manning from running the city. If you do, I dare see no pina. You said to look now, Bama, and see and plan aside the master.
If we can come out with some very type of education that will go to the community, particularly the parents, so that right from the home, the learners get that coaching, that guidance, so that they come to school and it is again upgraded or supported. If that happens, education in particular, educating or mounting intensive educational activity or campaign to alert all stakeholders to sit up and play their roles as expected. That is a key support that we need.
Na ɛkwan yɛfa so a ɛbɛtwe bɔfra no sɛ sɛ kuro mpanyinfoɔ kɔmɛtifoɔ me nkwa mentumi nka nkyerɛ obi sɛ mema no nkɔ galamsey ase mpanyinfoɔ ɛna mpanyinfoɔ no wɔm no nso no bi mu nso yɛ adwuma wɔ aban mu nti sɛ ɔmo mmom ɛbɛboa yɛn sɛ wokɔto sɛ akora bi galamsey ase pam no ɛfiri sɛ bɔkɔ no akora no nkwa du nkɔbɔ ne panyin na yɛ panyin bi ka ho nti sɛ mmara da hɔ sɛ akora bi galamsey ase na sɛ wopanyin no ade nkɔ ɛbɛkyew a anaa de ase yɛbɔ ɔka panyin bɛ soro sɛ ɔde akora mbɛkɔ because nso kɔ a sika koro bɛnya akora no bɛgye amana boro deɛ kɔ ɛnya yɛ no so nti ɔkyerɛ mfa akora no nkɔ obɛgyaa no na akora no atumi akɔ sukuu.
yɛ mpanyinfoɔ a wɔwɔ so hɔ no wɔn so ano kwan na afei so ahemfoɔ nso a wɔwɔ aseɛ nso esum na afei abɛso ɛne community members nso a sɛ yɛn ne deɛ sɛ yɛn ever ready mbasa yɛn nso bɛboa ma yɛtumi akɔ akyɛ na asɛ yɛn wɔ ase yɛ pɛmpɛm kɔ a na yɛ sɛ ɛsan bɛboaboa yɛn nti na ama ne kɔn ayɛ deɛ ama yɛn na yɛn abɔfoɔ saa deɛ ayɛ yɛ deɛ ever ready.
NGOs and other government agencies who have the focal point of child protection should also be engaged so that we can protect our children from this harmful activity or venture. It borders on child abuse, and I think we should speed up in fighting Galamsey. The security forces, as they are employed by the government, should also be engaged. And lastly, I think those who are at the higher levels of the Galamsey value chain should be tackled. If there are no buyers, if there are no foremen, if there are no chiefs who are lending out land to these Galamseyers, the children will have no business going to the Galamsey sites because the venture itself will not be profitable anymore. These are some of the things I think we should look at in an attempt to fight the Galamsey menace.
Right, thank you to the team. And that is a picture for us as to what really is happening on the ground. I think a number of spokespersons have shared their experience from the ground, but having 9-year-olds having conversations about going into pits in the night, not even during the daytime. We've had so many reports of children drowning in some of the abandoned pits. Sometimes we think they are accidents, but this is even pointing us to the fact that they could be out there scavenging for nuggets before these accidents happen, and then it's all framed up possibly as an accident. But we will go for a quick snack break for 15 minutes, one that is expected to allow us as well reflect on what it is that we've seen. Then when we return, we'll have a quick message from the Pediatric Society. Then our panel will join us for us to begin a breakdown of what we've seen and what possible solutions. Because we heard the people speak from the town. They say they need help because their children are not going to school, and some of the parents are now active enablers as well of what's happening. And so when we step out via this door, we're supposed to take our left again and go to the pagoda number 2, where we'll have just 15 minutes. We'll have a quick snack and then interact quickly, and then we return as well. And so it's 11:29. I'll say I'll add just one more minute so that by 11:45 we make our way back here. Please, the food is not allowed inside the auditorium, and so we just have to make do with all of it just at the pagoda, and then we return in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. So we can make our way there, and then we return by 11:45. Thank you.
mpanimfoɔ no yɛ ana de bɛn mbɔ Chinafoɔ din sɛ China ni ti China no nim asase wɔ ha nim yɛni ana de asase no ma wɔ mo
mpanimfoɔ no mo Galamsey dodoɔ na mfi kurom ha
nkɔ school nso a yɛmpɔ no ma bɛfi na wuli nti nkɔbɔ ma baya ma memu ɛne metia me ya ansa wo na tumi ya by pompon ketenkete tumi so
ama entontom ayɛ kurom ama owu so bi yale a na okompiri malaria
I site and sweet that town. Yadam Fiana and one. I like no to be moved.
Satan will fall to be a do buy an aladi. And I will be saying as this what Williams what
The Hiroshima bomb in Japan is a less evil than the Galamsey that is happening in Ghana now, if we are going to look at the effect of it in the next 5 to 10 years' time.
Let me use this dialect. You say Akrahu Sikan Tema.
Yes. My name is Ransford Osesibi, a teacher of the Asempanaye DAJHS. I am currently the assistant headmaster in charge of academics, and I've worked here for the past 6 years. I saw the community when Galamsey was non-existent, and I've seen it even as Galamsey activities are being carried out. It has a direct toll on our learners. By learners, I mean the children who come to school.
The mechanism you can Galamsey na ba hanam no kwe to be a yan ka say ntimi kan wasem na ka hu so aka be bebre na edi enya yie wo yen kola na de suam ni yen sade chi a okọ site ye twi bia na ye say ne kra ka be wo ho ni kra Galamsey ba na adi enya
Chezi kroma kasano galano wa hame nkwada no kwade bia de ho he galem na me nana no wa na me ba no wa na wusa me ma on fi school masa kogala me mpini da sanse so akwara fi school ba no kogala na ni eni adesua no so tem bia gala no anodwo no ho se won de disika ba
Galamsey, I say it's a national problem. I can relate so much because it has direct impacts on my district and the education in the district.
Exactly with the attendance of learners to school. It's an issue because it is an activity that gives learners or the people money, and so instead of them going to school, they want to start earning money.
Because when we come back, we did see them. Keep on telling you, now we know we catch one and send up. But me pass school, no, he's catching in the corner. No hope. We don't want to do how we see you know bad or you know. Hey, how we can them?
Since the introduction of Galamsey in this community, it's been a headache for us in aspects of the learners. Everything about them has really changed. Their attendance, their performance, their dressing, everything.
It started here about 7-8 years ago from Edukrum, a community near Farmine. And during that time, attendance of school children to school became a very big problem because the children found that more lucrative than coming to school.
We have learners as early as 6-7 years to 18-19 who are all in school, and almost learners in all these age brackets are involved in Galamsey activity.
As known nationwide, children who are interested in Galamsey, children as early as KG and primary school, you go to them and then find out what they want to do in future. And a child in KG and primary school child will tell you that he wants to be doing Galamsey. So a child like this will be in the class, and there is nothing that motivates that child to learn because he thinks that at the end of the day, his work is already cut out for him in the Galamsey side.
Yeah, it's mostly upper primary, that is from class 4 to class 6. That is within 9 to 14, 15 years onwards. Yes, they are those who are resort Galamsey activity. They have various different tasks. They have dig and wash. They have they are carrying stones, and then the one they are carrying sand, and then the whole lot.
Washing of the washing washing.
What's that about? No, what's your number? Who's a number? Number?
We didn't do nail.
Number who's in actually. No, I all back it.
Or back it.
Pepe.
Huh?
Pepe.
Pepe. Pepe in the same way.
No, for now, what the shower was a no flame machine, no other fashion. No,
what did they never phone?
Pick.
Wait a minute, pick up phone.
That's one.
Pick the pickaxe. Pick it, babe.
Pick. Do one man near Kaka.
Do one near Kaka. Can you pick us only 2 4 minutes? Who bet me the pick us at 2 4?
That's one.
It's only 2 4 no my day.
No, I was all the shop was a sad baby. So now, what flame machine, no other fashion, no use time.
What is load mount and no idea? No trap.
And I'm going to be like I say, you
where they?
And I can see it.
And I can see it. Even I can see it. And I can see it. And I can see it. And I can see it. I see it.
And I look to my so I use what you should do. See,
Namu yi mobile film. And 2 years mobile to train. And what's you go to me? And if it's
it has affected school attendance. Some learners go to the Galamsey activities late in the night and come early morning, prepare and come to school. They do not concentrate because they are exhausted from the previous day's activities from Galamsey.
Whenever you teach them, in fact, as you are in the classroom teaching them, whatever you say, within 3 to 10 minutes, they'll forget. So we continue drilling them on one particular thing so that they will get it. Even within a week, they will forget. So in fact, this Galamsey activity is a whole lot.
Kwala de enye ma wo mo san say school ya de ehia. Ti se kwala de hu je Galamsey no school no yenko.
Eba na man kwala school ko no enye. Nkwala no ko mtin ko school. Ko school o meko Galamsey. Ena ni eto su bi mu so no. Omo so o mbeba school no so no. Omo tin sua de. O firi kwa na o de kula control so be esa se o be sua de da we no okọ.
There are some who also skip school and go to the Galamsey sites to engage in the activities. There are some who do not engage in the activity directly, but go to the site to sell foodstuffs and merchandise of relevance to the main actors of this Galamsey activity.
Krano, omo school, normally, so especially the boys, no. Omo best school, no ma sign den, ejai. Akwa tenefie. With the notion say, omo pay quick money, omo pay ska, enten send ebe ya, enema omo hia no betimi aye den atoto.
Na sa that one best school if na akoima.
Meta ko site won so a metifi. Obo hide machine na dey hwe good nko. Ebu won so a omo kro. Me akọ.
In one of my expeditions, I encountered a learner whose age will not cross the age of 10, coming from a Galamsey site. Engaging him, it came to bear that he had been sent by one of the foremen in the Galamsey activity to come and buy cigarettes for him in the community. So I saw him on his way back to the site. He was covered in mud, and it was a horrific scene. If you have children as early as this age in Galamsey, then obviously safety is something we cannot overlook.
The pits that are left behind have become a nuisance to the community and, most importantly, my school children, because I can count not less than 3 or 4 deaths of school children as a result of the effects of Galamsey. And the most recent one is right here in Edibiama here, which is less than a month ago.
We were having our exams, and after the exams, some of the people reported that 7 of my pupils went to swim in the pits. So it was like, if not by the grace of God and something bad has happened to these people, it will be a disaster.
Children who are engaged in Galamsey are exposed to harmful chemicals like mercury. They use the mercury to sift out the gold ore from the base they wash and get after their Galamsey business at the end of the day. A lot of the elderly in the Galamsey activity want to make use of children because they have the notion that the children do the washing to get the base better. And the children are also trustworthy. They will not steal their loot or gain from the Galamsey activity. So they make use of the children. Apart from this harmful chemical, children are exposed to wide Galamsey pits filled with muddy water. It is not in the best interest of their health. Some children who do not even go there to engage in the activity take the pleasure of swimming in the pool. And mind you, this pool contains these harmful chemicals and some other stuff which are not in the best interest of their health.
In the recent meeting we had with heads of departments also brought a very serious revelation. According to the health director, they were having children who were born, somebody with one hand, one leg, no ear, one eye in my community, some of my communities here. A child of KG2, P1, P2, who we believe was born within the 10-year band of serious Galamsey will be seated and will be dripping with saliva. So we see signs of imbecility, if there is a word like that, in some of the children in those communities where Galamsey is very endemic.
On the tangent of discipline, children who are directly involved in Galamsey, I would say, has disciplinary issues. They do not respect school rules and regulations. There are some who have even moral issues, respect towards the elderly, because they think they have money and nobody can control them.
Tama na Galamsey ni sele no. Yedi kan pa na mmɔfra wɔ kurom ya no mu buade. But Galamsey ne bae no, mmɔfra wɔ kurom ya emu ade. Bi sɛ sika akwa no benya no, opan no ni bi. Nti ama adibu pa de ebi ne kurom ya bi.
Because now the peoples can take care of themselves. Based on that, they don't respect their parents anymore. Even teachers. At times, someone will do something, I'll punish the person will even leave.
We've had serious cases where children attacked teachers on the way. And because these teachers thought that these children were indisciplined and wanted to take it upon themselves to discipline these children, the children were always laying ambush to attack these teachers. And I had to transfer some of these teachers from that community.
Let me use this dialect. You say akrahu sikan tema. Ahomasoba omumu. Yes. Based on that, because they are naive and they don't know how to control themselves, and right now they have money, they can work, they can do everything from themselves. It's like most of them, especially the upper primary, we are finding it difficult to control them.
Especially the boys. And we have cases where some of these guys go make money, buy expensive phones, and they come to school with them. And just to brag that they are making money and all that. So
engaging them in conversation, some children told me there are times they even make as high as 500, 700,000 Ghana cedis from the Galamsey. And so if they are earning this much, what will be the motivation to come to school, fight for a brighter future, and at the end of the day, get a good living? To them, the good living has arrived, and it is with them now.
some of these learners get into it because the home background isn't strong to support them financially. So if a learner feels that he or she is now self-reliant, like is able to get into some activity to make money, that person's controlling such a person is a serious case.
Yes, you come hakram. And you could want to mark over school, not 7,000. That's in the bottom.
7,000. Oh, come by 7,000.
70 million. Oh, I come around 15 years. At the more. But that was Kumaha. Now imagine, say, head of a political center.
32 cities. 32 million. Where are they at 32 million? Anyway, we're not quiet. Why am I 32 million? Then the company I go never got point. Anyway, who me and sign? To much and sign. Anyway, to much and I hear.
And I'm maybe I pay for now, and I'm going to a class of number two teachers. Nay,
35, and it's a good number. Good need a more time when you say.
35 number. One day, yeah, man, and and I will go from
8 million to me at 35. Didn't we and I do you know my dear chick? Number one of more side.
If you are then take your 212.
And I'm with this kind of man. Good man.
I love the top one.
What the top one now there? I continue to school. Also do the 8 million there.
Me.
Now,
many choices.
What the 8 million choices?
Yeah, many family choices.
What the family choices?
There are some children who are even forced to become breadwinners of their families because they are earning and their fathers are not even earning as much as they do.
All right. Thank you very much. I think we've gone beyond by 6 minutes, but there was an interview ongoing, so I couldn't interrupt that. For those of us still outside, if you could kindly make our way inside. I know that there are a number of people trying to usher us back inside so we can continue. We will take a 5-minute message from the Pediatric Society
Therefore, they have to
as we proceed. But while we wait for the rest of the guys to come in, I think that's still airing for now.
Like what to eat and what to wear. So in fact, this Galamsey activity are not allowing the kids to come to school. And then the mom will site. And I'm like, so Diana,
if you want to say, baby, I'm going to fast food, who will feel crowd of who will fast me. Who of a but make a choice of papa. There was an answer. I'm not going to cry. And then my mom.
Two new be of a castle or show and as the Biotorian animal didn't also call.
I said, Yama,
this all mammy or her. Okay.
Boy, Miska. Almost miss some country, mamma. Some Miska. Sound and bassa. The smell means I'm on site. I'm going to sketch and look. Walk by coming to Muka. Now, there are someone in your quat. None of them to tell you and coach school. Sights in it, to me qua. To me, I bear city. And I for the city. Now, ba, a team that told you and coach school. Naza, say, coach can answer book. A team that told now. Aye.
In that answer, I don't say, you see, I know quite. But you can't hear about you, missing me to one. Maybe I'm missing. I also come out to say, in some meow, the mammy, the Pia Kama, and in the Santino, Babu will say, men who mean the call a quiet meeting, a child may say, and see, as Bibi as an enemy back or now. May come another Galamsey, what I said, airport, into a basana, I influence and affecting the whole community. They are more deeper.
Most of the parents who also will come and fight with us because it is their children who are supporting the home. So why is it that if a child has not come to school and you punish the child?
They say, Kroma, so who will be back around, or Galamsey and I'll be quite quite. Can you mamma got in your bed? Can you go? Oh, Madama, Momoy.
Buy a banner buying bond same no because security and I'm safety no. Since Galamsey but because move feel safe Kroma.
I was here when I was called by the police commander that the people in class 4, the parents were there, and the head teacher wasn't even aware that they closed, and when they were trekking to their village, these people attacked them and raped this young girl. And we followed up, trying to get the culprits arrested. We followed up today. I think when they were bailed, they took off, and up to now, we cannot find these people.
They need them be on cost war site or now because any say and 1% of an be site.
So I'm Korani here at the Bonnie, but now one didn't know say that man over Quaquayan. Then you follow the door, almost a euro. Or Timana on the night. I think Korani be a chira. See, I know so much.
5 star and I see 40. Yes, I get one.
Galamsey and look, I sank and crank at one. Comunia 14 is a you 15 Musana. And look, I saw Comuco school. The Dachino, our bomb. And my answer, and your barber one mona, and granite my barber, and Grana Uncle Square, then for Sobiama. So no way, Galamsey, the Galamsey, so the way a beco.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much.
A greater effort.
PDA for this honor to be here representing Pediatric Society of Ghana.
To fight
and on behalf of our national executive and regional executive, I bring you greetings. And we are glad to have been called to partner with you in this fight for our children. On a light note, I just want to say that I register my displeasure on the time given me, MC. But I'm glad to be here. Illegal mining, as we have spoken about from the onset of this meeting till now, has become a child health emergency now. We see children with acute illnesses. We are seeing children with chronic illnesses. And we can foresee the future of illnesses that we can't even imagine or wish on our children in Ghana. More areas are affected, and we fear it is going to increase if nothing is done about it. We all know children are most vulnerable. Number one, because they are so little. Their body size is so small that a little amount of these toxic chemicals, heavy metals that get into their body actually affect a very large portion of their body compared to an adult. There's a study that has shown that adults usually have about 15% of deposits of these heavy metals in their bodies. But for children, we are seeing about 50%, 50. There is an urgent need for us to coordinate and make our voices heard and speak for our children. A lot has been said, thankfully. Our speakers have said most of the things I wanted to say. So I would go directly to the key threats we see to our children. The toxic chemicals in our land, in our waters, in the air are causing acute illnesses like I've spoken about. We are seeing increasing cases of diarrheal diseases, pneumonias. We are seeing more children with asthma. We are seeing more children with cancers. We are having high records of premature births, of abortions, of deaths. We should not be. We are losing potential. As I sat here listening to the presentations, and especially the documentary, I looked at me in my profession. And as an individual, at least I know I have contributed my quota in saving lives of children. I can just imagine how many of those children in those schools could have had the opportunity to be pediatricians like me, to save more lives. We are seeing congenital abnormalities. No pregnant woman or no woman would want to go through 9 months of pregnancy and give birth to a child that will not be able to survive in normal circumstances. We are seeing higher incidences of children with cognitive impairments, behavioral abnormalities. It is true that we have not really come up with a direct cause of, let me give an example of autism. But we are seeing higher numbers now in our clinics. And it is making us, we haven't concluded in our studies, but we have strong suspicions that these environmental pollutions, our water and heavy metal pollutions, could have a direct cause in these. We are seeing multiple vital organ damages, kidney damages, heart conditions, brain and neurological conditions. We are seeing different kinds of skin conditions. And we see that our children are dying. Like we said, you can't even have an accurate record of the lives we are losing because we only hear of the reported ones. Most importantly, children are losing that essence of childhood. They can't even be children anymore. I can't imagine a 9-year-old having to work for an income, having to lose this time of exploring the environment, of playing, just being a child. I can't imagine how it will feel if you are in an environment where there are weapons that can harm you. These are all threats we have to our children. We have disruptions to our education, sick days, family migration. We have the high risk of getting back larger numbers of children with malnutrition. And there are increased dropout rates. I made a point that every household, far or near, very soon will be exposed to these dangers, irrespective of where you live in Ghana. There's a coming generation that faces chronic health issues, and that will affect our future workforce and the overall health of our population. Our national development is threatened, and we are seeing a weakening in our economic states. As pediatricians and as Pediatric Society of Ghana, what we want to contribute is public education and reinforcing our membership to begin to learn to diagnose these conditions early enough, report them, then we can have a longer conversation. Partner with people, partner with organizations, partner with government, so that we can conduct community level medical screening for this heavy metal toxicity. We also want to be able to partner with PDA and voice out this cry for the future of our children. Thank you.
And thank you very much for doing this on short notice and in such short time as well. We'll go for our keynote presentation now because that's very important to lay the foundations for us. Then we can zoom into our panel conversation. David Eshen and Kamil Abdul Salam, all of the PD Africa, will jointly do this for us. And then from there, we'll get into our conversation. And so, David and Kamil, the stage is yours so that you can present the key findings for us. Let's put our hands together for David and Kamil.
Hello, good afternoon. Yes, so my name is Kamil Abdul Salam. I'm also with the Participatory Development Associates, and I'll be delivering this presentation together with two of my colleagues, David and then Gabriel. So I'll be looking at the qualitative aspects and then also some of the living experiences that we have observed on the ground. A lot has already been said by the speakers that came earlier. So our presentation will look at the threats. We'll also look at some of the survey process, the methodology and the findings. We'll look at the current intervention for child protection by PDA Africa and partners. And then we will offer some few recommendations for the public sector, private, and then citizens' action. So I want to start my presentation by sharing as an experience based on what the MC shared earlier on about a 14-year-old child who is now an excavator operator and is earning as much as 6,000 Ghana cedis. I have also come across a similar 14-year-old child who had a knack for spraying cocoa farms. He was an experienced child, and so a lot of the farmers liked to give him job to do for him, and he was making a lot of money out of it. And safety was almost zero, and ended up becoming blind through the cocoa spraying. So I don't know what has happened to the excavator operator, but this one's life has been cut short even before he attained the age of 18 years old. So the issue is quite serious on the ground. The extractive sector, as we all know, contributes about 17% of government revenue and 67% of our exports. Recently, we've all been hearing how our reserves has been shored up by the gold board or by the gold that we have been extracting. I think for the first time in so many years, Ghana became the number one in gold extraction or export or something. And the whole country, we were all happy because it has helped in stabilizing our currency, which when something happens affects almost all of us in the country. But there's also a downside to this. I've not come across any research commissioned to look at the quantity of this illegal gold that is coming into the government reserve. But a lot of experts have come out to say that most of these gold are from the illegal miners. So the sector, as we all know, is regulated by the Minerals Commission, by the Mining Act of 2006. Despite existing framework, illegal scale mining is still rampant in the western North, Ashanti, Central, and Eastern regions. Now, what cocoa has in common with the gold, as the earlier presenter said, is that they are both all located in the forested areas, in the rural areas. And that myth is also true. Most people think that the gold are in the cocoa farms. And so for us as an organization that is into child protection, our focus earlier were on the cocoa farms. How do we address child labor on the cocoa farms? Now, we are facing a new challenge with the escalation of the Galamsey activities or the illegal mining activities. It has brought a new dimension to the whole fight of child labor within these areas. The poverty levels in cocoa growing communities compel families to sell their lands, encourage or overlook as children quit school and venture into mining labor. As we are all aware, about 90% of child labor activities happen, 70% happen on family farms, and then about 90% are not paid. But the Galamsey offer ready cash. And so it's easier for a child to, or a family to push the child to go and earn some extra income and bring it to the household. So this has put the entire community child protection structure under serious threats. The household is threatened, the community leadership is threatened. Later on, I will share some experiences on that. And then the social support service or the community, social welfare and community development, they also have their own challenges that they are facing as an organization. So as the earlier presenter from Pediatric Society of Ghana mentioned, the rhythm of childhood is distorted. A child is supposed to play, go to school, assist in some minor chores at home, learn. But this has been replaced with chaotic schedules of illegal mining activities, as we all heard from the documentary. And as I've already mentioned, the ready cash or the availability of money in the illegal mining activities influences reckless behavior, psychological trauma and stress from working in these areas, or these children working in these mining areas is also very serious. The health effects, I won't touch on that because the earlier presenter from Pediatric Society has mentioned that. Physical injuries, with about 81% of child miners suffering physical injuries from what we have gathered. limited access to education, with only 17% of children between ages of 15 to 17 in many areas remaining in school. And I don't need to, because a lot has also been said regards to that. Increase in absenteeism, fatigue, dropouts from school to engage in Galamsey activities. Another thing that none of the presenters have mentioned also is that what we have observed is that most of these Galamsey areas are becoming hub of prostitution. And most of these girls, the Ghanaians and other foreign nationals like Nigeria, are all underage and are there offering these services. Sexual exploitation, with about 45% of girls in these areas reporting abuse and exposure to STD. Now, let's look at the household level. How has it weakened the household? I've already mentioned how it is affecting our work within the child labor in the cocoa growing areas. Now, increased poverty and economic vulnerability. The shift from cocoa farming to Galamsey, including the destruction of cocoa farms to mining activities. August 13th report, a presentation by Imani Ghana, showed that about 70% of cocoa farmers are unable or are living below the the living standard benchmark. A household of 5 people, a farmer household of 5 people is supposed to make a minimum of 20 Ghana cedis to be able to live a decent life. However, about 70% of them are earning between 5 and 11 Ghana cedis daily. That is how serious this issue is. And when that happens, the family will be forced to look elsewhere for alternative income to support the household. Loss of traditional resources of income, traditional sources of income, as Galamsey disrupts or displaces existing livelihood and all that. Now let's look at how Galamsey is affecting our work with community leaders. I have interviewed chiefs who are under extreme pressure to release land for Galamsey activity, not from outsiders, but from the community members themselves. They know there are prospectors out there who are willing to come in. One chief declined a bribe of 300,000 Ghana cedis to allow prospectors to come, and his reason was simple. The community has only one stream, and that is what they all use. If this Galamsey activity comes into this community, then the community is done. So he has to reject it. Difficulty mobilizing community resistance due to fear of retaliation or victimization. I have personally interviewed a youth leader who spent 1.5 years in remand. What was his crime? He mobilized the youth to campaign against Galamsey, and during the demonstration, there was some gunshot and one person died. He was a second-year university student, and he was arrested because he was the lead of this demonstration. And he spent 1.5 years in prison. By the time he came, his education was gone. He looked confused. He didn't know what he was going to do with his life. So even the youth, the people in the community who are ready to fight to stop these activities, there's a lot of pushback from other people. Torn between long-term economic gains and long-term welfare, community members, particularly children, insufficient resources and capacity to manage social and environmental consequences, limited ability to enforce laws. The lands, in some communities, the land belongs to the chiefs. In some communities, the land belongs to family. In some communities, it belongs to individuals. So if as an individual, I want to give up my land for Galamsey to happen, the chiefs are unable to stop some of these things. Now let's look at our interaction with social welfare officers that we work in close contact with. What are some of the challenges that they have also shared with us? Overstretched frontline actors like CCPC, teachers, social welfare officers, receiving cases faster than they can respond to. Exposure to severe impacts on child and family, adding emotional strain. When they go and they witness some of these things, it also has its own impact on their psychological well-being. Difficulty providing adequate support to victims of child labor and exploitation amid high caseloads. They are already overstretched. Manpower is less. They don't have the resource. Someone was talking about, I think NCC or Shraj, that they had about 5 staff and they didn't even have a pickup and all that. I have gone to social welfare department. They didn't even have a motorbike. The motorbike they are using belongs to the director. And if the motorbike breaks down, they cannot. And they have over 60 communities to go and follow up on these cases. In some offices, they are sharing desks and all that. So these are all serious things that is affecting how they work. Overwhelmed by scale and complexity of Galamsey-related child protection issues, rising burnout and helplessness due to persistent risk and some emotional pressure. Challenges tracking and monitoring cases because Galamsey activities and households are transient. Someone spoke about the household, the transient nature of Galamsey activities. Because today they are here, they destroy the land, they pack their things, they move to other areas to go and continue their work there. And so it's difficult for us to even track the nature of the child labor cases. And then insufficient resources and capacity to meet the needs of affected children and household. So sometimes you go and they are sharing experiences. They are showing you, what's the name? Rashes on their skins, their inability to go to school, rashes beneath their feet and all that. You are helpless because if you refer the cases to social welfare also refers it to the appropriate institution. The resources to attend to these people are not there. And then resistance or hostility from Galamsey operators and some community members. In one community at Ahafano Southwest, we struggled to even mobilize people for focus group discussion. And it was simple. If they find you sitting in a group talking about Galamsey, then your life will be under threat in that community. And so we had to struggle, meet a lot of people, let them understand what we are doing before we could even mobilize 15 youth to sit down and discuss some of the harms of these Galamsey-related activities. So these are some of the lived experiences that we have observed on the ground. I will hand over to Gabriel for him to continue with the qualitative stages. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I am Gabriel Pokwentry, and I will continue from where Kamel left off. As part of the 8th Knowledge Sharing Workshop, PDA embarked on household community survey, and we collected data from 327 community members within some communities that PDA and its partners operate in. And as part of the survey, we decided to also do a desk review to gather secondary data to validate the survey findings. And when I was listening to the speakers, the MC and everyone who has spoken so far, I realized that everything that they've said so far confirm or validate some of these findings. And this is a brief background information of the community members that we engaged. Majority of them are farmers, so the communities are predominantly agrarian. And in terms of educational level attained, we realized that there was low level of education attained in these communities because most of them that we engaged said that their highest level of education achieved was basic education, and the average household size was 6. Average children under 18 per household was 2, and a percentage of children involved in mining was 39%. And if you look at the implications of these statistics, you realize that when you pick the average household size and you compare with the national census, 2021 census average household size, you realize that the national one was 3.6 per household, and this one was 6. So this tells us that these communities, there are a lot of economic pressures which push most of these children into illegal mining activities. And even the 39% of children engage in mining activities, someone might say that, oh, in terms of percentage, it's small, but evidence shows that this small percentage of children involved in hazardous mining suffer significant health and educational harms. Children exposure to mining and children's well-being, and nearly half of the community members reported that children are exposed to illegal mining through working at mining sites, and 46 of them indicated that they are exposed through selling near mining sites or mining areas. And this confirms that this high level of child labor involvement in and around mining sites, with recent SRAD report where more than 98,000 Ghanaian children are engaged in hazardous labor. And these are some of the negative effects in terms of health that these illegal mining activities are having on children in the communities in which illegal mining are ongoing. And the highest one was skin diseases, 84%, and respiratory problems being 56%, up to fatigue, which is 16%. And in terms of illegal mining, the effect that it has on children's education, the survey found lack of interest in school being the highest impact that illegal mining is having on these children, because they see they have low motivation, because they perceive illegal mining as a quicker source of income. So instead of going to school, they don't get that motivation to go to school. And also working in mining and lack of school fees happens to be the next reasons why children don't go to school. And this is having a toll effect on their learning outcomes. And as a result, most of them don't go to school. They decide to go to these illegal mining areas just to engage themselves in the activity and get some money. And some of them also, according to the community members that we engaged, about 56% also reported that most of them have stopped going to school because they want to engage themselves in illegal mining activity. And the environmental safety of children and illegal mining, we realize that there's high presence of uncovered illegal mining pits within these communities, and 52% from the statistics, 52% of the community members that we engage reported that most of these illegal mining pits that were dark are not covered as we speak. And this confirms a report by UNICEF Ghana that uncovered pits are known to accumulate contaminated stagnant water, increasing risk of drowning, injuries, and mosquito-borne diseases such as malaria. And when it comes to the frequency, we also went ahead to ask them, how often do incidents such as accidents, such as injuries happen near these uncovered pits? And 49% said that nothing of that sort had happened. And 51% of the communities that we engage reported that there have been incidents of accident injuries near mining pits. And we went ahead to ask them the frequency. How often has this happened in the past year? And when you check the statistics, you realize that majority of them confirm that it has happened about 3 times within the communities that they live. That is 42% reporting that there have been incident of accident, there have been incident of injuries around illegal mining pits which are not covered. And this is consistent with Ghana's public health evidence showing rising child casualties in mining districts due to uncovered pits and collapsing earth structures. And we also try to find out the emotional and psychological effect to these illegal mining activities. And 41% of the community members we engaged mentioned that they have seen or observed signs of stress, fear, and anxiety among these children who live within these illegal mining activities. And in terms of the negative practices that children are exposed to, they mentioned that most of them are exposed to child labor and teenage pregnancy up to violence. And this aligns with WHO's child mental health guidelines, which knows that environmental hazards often trigger aggression in children. So I'll end here, and David will continue. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So Kamal has talked about our observations on the field. My other colleague has spoken about the survey that we conducted. I am going to talk about our current interventions, what we have been doing in the community so far with regards to helping communities, helping households, and also protecting children. So PD Africa, with its partners, some of whom are present here, we've been working with Nestle Ghana. We work with Nestle in Ghana and in Cote d'Ivoire, and we are hoping that we'll work with them in Nigeria too. Beyond Beans is here, Right to Play is here. We work with Barry Calibo, we work with ICI and a number of other partners. We've been designing innovative programs to help improve the livelihoods of farmers, protect children, and restore landscape. And we are calling on our partners, those we are working with already and new ones, to continue to collaborate and ensure that children are protected. Our work include Village Savings and Loans Association and other financial literacy training that we do. For our VSLA activities, I think we are known for VSLAs, helping farmers mobilize savings and also take out loans from their own savings. Because around this time in October, November, December, cocoa is in season and you have a lot of farmers getting a lot of money, but they don't have banks to save this money in. And when they don't have money, it becomes difficult for them to access credit. And so through the VSLA programs, we've been helping farmers to mobilize money and get loans. And through this, they are able to support their children in school. They are able to help meet emergencies and also reduce dependency on their children for income, as we've been seeing in the videos. We do livelihood empowerment and income generating activities. We try to do an assessment on income generating activities that are viable within the communities that they are, what they can do. So we do a selection planning and management training for them. After that, we do some practical training, and through this training, we've helped people to learn how to make soap, poultry rearing, vegetable gardening, mushroom production, and small-scale food processing. When parents have secure incomes, children are able to stay in school and are healthy and remain hopeful. We also do a nutrition training. We all know that nutrition is very important, and the notion is that you need money to be able to eat well. But we try to, through our trainings and the models that we implement, let farmers understand that there are so many resources available in their communities that they can make use of. So if we're able to train them to understand that they can get proteins from this, get carbohydrate from that, and help them to understand the right combinations, they don't need so much money to stay healthy. And this is something that a training that we do, because healthy children are more likely to stay in school and thrive. One of our flagship programs is the Gender Action and Learning Systems training that we do. And it's a training that helps households to plan better, to have better control of their resources, and have joint planning as a household. And so through this, household reflect and address on gender roles, division of labor, child safety, well-being, financial priorities, and long-term development goals. For child labor remediation, we have a whole team at PD Africa that deals with child labor remediation. And we do farm observation surveys for some of our partners. We do child labor risk assessment. And for child labor remediation, we have direct and indirect remediation. For direct remediation, our team goes ahead to do all the remediation activities together. For the indirect remediation, we receive the child labor cases, then we make referral to social welfare. And we've supported the social welfare in the various districts with training, capacity building training, so that they can be able to deal with the cases that we report to them. And this integrated data-driven approach ensures that every vulnerable child is accounted for and supported towards a safer and a brighter future. We have a lot of community sensitizations and non-transformations. And we do this through community storytelling, role plays, school debates, and Farmers Voice radio program. Farmers Voice radio program is an innovative program that uses radio and give voices to farmers to have discussions on topical issues. We've done this on child labor, and there are a number of topics that we can cover with Farmer Voice Radio. We are going to have a Farmer Voice Radio Academy next year from February. The plan is to work with at least 10 cocoa cooperatives and train them on how to use this methodology to operate. We know that social welfare officers are stretched. When it comes to agronomical issues, extension officers are stretched. But when we use the radio approach, you can cover a wider area that boots cannot go. And so this is an innovative way that we engage our farmers. And this work is very vital because illegal mining thrives where silence thrives. And when communities begin to speak up and take ownership of child protection attitudes, shifts, and so does behavior. We have community library projects that we do in the Ahafo Southwest and Ahafo Southeast district. And we provide reading material. So we have both mobile libraries and libraries that are housed in buildings, and children are able to access reading materials and develop passion for reading, improve their literacy and confidence, maintain regular school attendance, and find positive role models. We support community child protection committees. We help communities in action planning and also to engage in community-driven development. For our recommendations, a lot have been said, and so I'll just run through quickly. For government, Galamsey is a bipartisan issue. We don't have NDC Galamsey, we don't have NPP Galamsey. If we don't remove the partisan nature of our efforts, we will not succeed. So we are calling for a bipartisan approach where a Galamsey fight will be a continuous affair. Whatever the previous government starts, the next one can continue. We are asking the government to intensify what the NIMOS is doing. And also, I think it has already been said that most of the time, you only find the laborers. They are the ones that they are catching. The financiers are cooling off in their houses. And so there should be efforts to identify and hold the financiers and the masterminds accountable. Because if we don't do that, we will not succeed. For development partners, we are asking for targeted funding, and we are also asking that they invest in the livelihood empowerment initiatives that we are doing, and we are also calling for collaboration. Traditional leaders, we've spoken about them. For our parents, we are asking that they prioritize education, resist the temptation to offer their cocoa farms for sale, and also take advantage of the livelihood empowerment programs that PDA Africa implements. For the private sector, and here we are talking about those in the cocoa industry. Your role in shaping the future of our cocoa sector and the well-being of rural families cannot be overstated, as the destruction of cocoa farms for illegal mining directly threatens your operations. Your programs reach deep in the very communities where change is needed most. And so when the private sector stands alongside government, civil society, and traditional leaders, we move closer to a future where every cocoa bean is not only ethically produced, but represents a community where children are protected, families are empowered, and the land itself is restored. And so we are calling for an intensification and expansion of the sustainability initiatives that you have already been implementing. And we are saying that let's strengthen the partnerships between us and other such organizations. Let's support cocoa farmers to earn a living income, and strengthen and skill up child protection components within your sustainability programs to ensure that every child in your supply chain is safe, supported, and able to pursue their education. Invest in initiatives that build resilient communities. Thank you.
Thank you as well, David, and the team who put this together. The long wait is over now. We can get into our panel conversation, and I have the singular honor of having to invite our guests to fill up the seats for us, and then I'll usher in our moderator as well. The first who we're expecting to be here, but before we get into that, we will get a short interlude of some sort. Let me just get a bit more in terms of clarification on that particular one. Right. So we're going to switch it up just a little bit and invite Yang Jo Lee, who's child protection specialist from UNICEF. She will speak to us briefly, and then we can have our panel conversation. And so just before we get into this, we can have that call to action, the urgent need for us to protect our children. Let's put our hands together, please, for Yang Jo Lee to do that for us briefly.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Young Julie. I'm a child protection specialist from UNICEF Ghana. I had to ask the organization to change the switch the program, as I have to leave for another equally important agenda. Today, I'm hoping that the presentation comes. Today, I'm gonna quickly talk about what we do at UNICEF on child labor, and also share some call to actions where we really request our private sector, but also public partners to join hands together. I believe the presentation is coming, but maybe I can just start. I think all the other partners, actually all the speakers have already talked about the issues of child labor in various sectors. One thing that we at UNICEF, what we do is always make sure that our action is based on evidence. So I'm gonna share some statistics with you. The first statistic is about the prevalence of child labor, a nationwide prevalence. It used to be 28% in 2000. Next slide, please. In 2017 and 18, 28% is quite high, right? But we see a progress with the Ghana Statistical Service, who did the national level survey. We see that it's now dropped to 20%. And this, I think we've been all talking about the problems now, but I think it's also important that we recognize the success that Ghana is bringing from 28 to 20%. And of course, this is from 2023. And currently with our sister UN organization, International Labour Organization, or ILO, they are supporting the Ministry of Labour to do another set of Ghana Living Standards survey. So where we will also know the more latest data on child labor. So that's one of the success that we need to also celebrate. But still 20% is still 1 in 5 children. And that's of course not Ghana that we want. We also look into specific sectors. There are some sectors that we are of course concerned about, such as agriculture, mining, fishing. But the thing is, some of this data are quite old. Although the thing is, UNICEF have to always quote national level data that is verified by the Ministry of Labour or Ghana Statistical Service. That's why we're using this data. But for example, for the cocoa that is presented up there, that was data from 2019. And we're currently in 2025, about to enter 2026. So we really need latest data, and we're hoping that with the new Ghana Living Standards survey, we'll also know the exact number of children working in these sectors. One thing that I want to highlight is that we are currently finalizing the study on girls' exposure of girls from 13 to 17 to sexual exploitation in high-risk areas, mining, oil, fishing, agriculture, construction, and e-waste sectors, which revealed that 26% of these girls are in sexual exploitation, and this is very high. So that's something that we're hoping to finalize this year and share more report data to you, hopefully next year. And I think many people have been talking about also the linkage between child protection and education. I was with a meeting with the World Bank where they did an analysis for all 261 districts. And the progress is quite interesting. Before, 15 years ago in Ghana, if you are engaged in child labor, there was a high risk of you being not in school. These days is changing. More children are still attending schools. The issue is that they're not learning adequately. They're not going to schools regularly because of the market days, like Apena talked about already, or because there are not enough teachers to carry out quality education and learning services, or simply because, you know, the school is too far, so you can only go one day in a week, for example. So that's something that we really need to target, that it's not just the children who are out of school, it's also the children who are in school but not really learning. I want to highlight really the important fact, because I cannot go through everything, that we have limited human resources and financial resources. So according to the Ministry of Labour, there are only 179 labor inspectors, less than 200, who are supposed to inspect over 15.5 million workforce. Is this feasible? When it comes to the Department of Social Welfare and Community Development, our main backbone of the child protection system that PDA colleagues have also mentioned about, there are only 41% of the districts across 261 districts have filled the minimum number of staff. I mean, 59% of the country do not have the minimum number of social welfare and community development staff. And also look into the data of the amount that we are investing for children. Yes, development partners and private sector partners, we can contribute, but we are not replacing the government, right? The government needs to fund the services. According to analysis in 2023, this is an analysis that we do always with the Ministry of Finance. We track how much was planned across all the MDAs relevant for child protection, such as the Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Labor, but also Ministry of Local Government, Health and Education, at all levels. So from the national to the district level, to track how much was planned for that year, how much was allocated, whether the money was timely dispersed, and whether the money was executed. We found out that in 2023, across all government levels, the 7 Ghana cedi was used per child. And of course, that's not enough. The good thing is that the government doubled the amount the next year, 14 Ghana cedis. But because of course, with the exchange rate, and even if there was no exchange rate change, still 14 Ghana cedis is not enough to, for solving a child protection cases. So that's something that we need to remind that this is the current landscape that we are facing, but still we are being asked to do more with less. So how can we do that? So here I want to briefly explain the public-private partnership that we have at UNICEF. I come from the child protection team, but at UNICEF we have health and nutrition team, we have education team, we have social policy and inclusion team, we have youth skills team, communication and external advocacy team, who are all working together for this public-private partnership. We get some funding from Swissco, which is the Swiss platform for sustainable cocoa, and also the Swiss government. But UNICEF and ICI, International Cocoa Initiative, provide a matching fund to match the funding from Swissco. And this funding goes directly to our national government counterparts or the district government counterparts. So what does it mean if you are the PPP district? I'm just going to call it a PPP. We are focusing on 5 districts, which is Asin South, Ayan Soano, Asinafo North, and Bibiani. These are cocoa and mining and fishery districts, and we're now scaling up to Abuako South and Eastern, which is also another cocoa and mining district. If you are selected to become these 5 PPP districts, we provide extra funding support to these districts every quarter. At UNICEF, we do provide direct funding support to 210 districts, that's 80% of the country, by annually, to implement something called the integrated social services, which I think Abena will also talk about later, so I will not talk about it too much. But it's really about making sure that the social workers at the district level, they collaborate with different stakeholders, NGOs and private sectors to deliver the comprehensive social services for any vulnerable child. If you are a child labor PPP district, we provide additional funding support so that you can do case management, you can do better community engagement as well. So far, I think the result is quite promising. We see different services that are being provided to over almost nearly 5,000 children when it comes to child protection, education, social protection, and all these different social services. But one thing that I want to highlight is that we are currently, together with our sister agency, AERO, we are trying to build the interoperability between different monitoring systems. We know that the private sectors have the child laboring and monitoring remediation systems. There is also, if we can actually move to the next slide, because there is actually the list of all the information management systems. There is also the social welfare and information management system that the social workers use. There is Ghana Child Labor Monitoring System that the Ministry of Labor use. And also there is a cocoa sector child labor monitoring system that the Cocoa Board use in Asin landscape. So one thing that I've been in Ghana for almost 4 years now, and one thing that I learned is that Ghana is a land of information management systems. So there's a lot of innovation going on, but we need to make sure that the systems talk to each other, because a lot of the times there could be duplications, and we're really working in a situation where resources are limited. So we don't really need to duplicate what others are doing. Make sure that all this data are talking to each other in a safe way to protect children, and make sure that the services is delivered in a timely manner is something that we're really trying to focus on. And if we can just go back to the previous slide, I wanted to also talk about that. This is our assessment that Ghana has a lot of resources already when it comes to prevention, when it comes to information management system, SOPs and guidelines. There is a new map that we want to share with you next year through the Ministry of Labor. It's a hotspot map that the World Bank with support from all these different stakeholders who are working at a upstream level that developed for the Ministry of Labor. We have presented this to the minister last month, and we are now currently preparing for the brief that could be easily shared with all the different partners. So this looks into the hotspot of child labor based on the number of children engaged in child labor, but also looking into the proximity to cocoa farms and also the mining operations, and then the school attendance rate as well. So I think this is where we could maybe use moving forward, now that it can actually tell us where to prioritize, which community has higher rates of child labor. I would maybe, go to the next slide, where I want to do a quick call for action, where we are seeing that PPP or different models that the private sectors and public sectors are implementing is showing the result. But the thing is, Ghana has 261 districts. So one PPP implementing in 5 districts, or this partner implementing this project in 10 districts. We need the result at scale, and we need people to collaborate. And I think already a lot is happening. I heard from PDA already using the SWIM, Social Welfare Information Management System. I mean, kudos to a partner who is really collaborating with the government to, instead of building something new, really building on what is existing and also reinforcing that is really the key. Something, maybe if you can move to the next slide, I want to just briefly talk about what we are going to do and I will next year. And I also want to seek new partners who are willing to cooperate with us. First, we're going to expand our PPP more than cocoa. Well, to cover more on mining and fisheries districts. We have a joint program that is now designed with UNICEF and IRO and FAO. We're now trying to, we're reaching out to different partners who are interested in joining our work. So that one is also kind of a teaser. We will let you know. We are offering technical support to different public and private partners when it comes to making sure that these actors have child-centered, responsible business practices. Any partner who are interested in reviewing their standards tools or child safeguarding policies or data sharing protocols related to interoperability with the Ghana Child Labor Monitoring System, we're ready to cooperate with you. So let me know, reach out to me if you are planning anything related to that. The other thing is also the evidence generation. We are currently identifying a partner who can do the impact of mining on children. Looking into the holistic development of children, but also it's not about only the negative impact of children. We also want to find about the positive practices in those communities where there is a licensed mining is operating, and really tease out what could be the possible protection pathways. And then the other thing that we're going to do is looking into the SDG 8.7 report. So summarizing what has been done since 2015 when the SDG was launched. As I've finalized my presentation, 2025 is actually the goal year for Sustainable Development Goal 8.7. All the other goals are for 2030. But for child labor, the world agreed that we will reach 0% of child labor across the world by 2025. Currently, like I said, in Ghana, we are 20%. But Ghana is not the worst country, right? There are still countries that are so far, but there are also countries that are also doing very good. There is an analysis that to reach SDG 8.7 by 2030, which is already 5-year delayed goal, right? We need 11 times accelerated effort. So this is really the time that we need to work together. Really, a lot of countries are looking into Ghana, look up to Ghana to really tell Africa, but also the other continents that there is a possible pathway to protect children, make sure that children thrive and contribute to the national economic development. So I think we have a lot to do, and I'm so happy to also see children here as well. And we need to commit ourselves to make sure that we will deliver the best for these children because they deserve the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much as well. Yang Jolie. And we can now proceed to the panel conversation just quickly as well. And I will seek to introduce distinguished persons who will be taking the seats here. The first is Abena Dufie Akonu Ata. She is with the M&E unit at the Department of Social Welfare with the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Play. Let's put our hands together for her as she comes up. Then Innocent Yeboah Noom is Project Manager for Community Development, ETG, Beyond Beans as well. Let's put our hands together for him as well as he joins us up here. Priscilla Salinam Opoku is an independent development strategist. Let's put our hands together for her as well. Then lastly, Kwejo Che Yamwa with the Ghana Coalition Against Galamsey, also coming up. Let's put our hands together. And of course, our moderator for the session, none other than Madame Victoria Ampia with PDA. She's also coming up. Let's put our hands together for her.
Hello. Audience, do you mind getting up and stretching a little bit? Because you've sat for a while, please. Yes. This is going to be a very insightful session. Stretch, stretch. Okay. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Good afternoon, distinguished partners and social development experts. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon to reflect, to learn, and also to act together on a very crucial topic, which is at the heart of child protection and COCO communities. This afternoon, we are gathered here to discuss a very important and sensitive topic about child protection. This conversation is beyond just economic crisis, it's beyond illegal mining, but more importantly, protecting the dignities, the well-being, and the future of children in COCO communities. The very communities that is the backbone of Ghana's agricultural identity. This conversation is going to be a very interactive one. We are employing the freestyle panel discussion approach, which engages the audience as well. So, my dear audience, please follow keenly because it promises to be a very engaging session as well. I would like to open the discussion, I would like to take your reaction about the documentary. Anyone to go first? Okay. Thank you.
Hello. Yes, I think the documentary was good, but we saw the limitation. Because we're dealing with illegal activities, it is affecting proper coverage of activities that children are engaged in the illegal mining site. Most of our journalists and others have difficulty because even government agencies are having challenges to go to illegal sites. We heard what happened to NIMOS, EPA, even this week, Takwa, Blue Water guys are being chased away and things like that. But importantly, that creates a gray and dark area for information. So to the extent of abuse of children may be so bad that it is not being captured. So these are the things that we need to look at. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. So I think that documentary was really a good one. It was revealing, it brought out the issues that we've heard about in the news to the fore. But one of the issues that is a bit of concern to me is the fact that the children were excited about the things that they are involved in, and I think that is an issue of concern to us. I think about 3 or 4 years ago, if we will all remember, there was a documentary in this country by Joy News titled Set Up to Fail. And this documentary sought to expose how children are not learning in or are learning in deplorable conditions. And here we are, we have children that we say they are our future leaders. Recently, when our president was speaking to the United Nations Assembly, he said that Africa is the future of the world. So if Africa is the future of the world, and today the children are supposed to be leading that future, are whiling away their life in innocence in these Galamsey areas. And unfortunately, they are also excited about it because they don't know the effect of the decisions they are making today. So for me, I think that it's a call for action, and we should not just take it as the usual or the norm. That okay, we've gone to the communities, we've shot a documentary, we put it on YouTube, we get a likes, and that ends it. I think it should be the beginning of a serious campaign to make sure that this thing that is happening in the cocoa growing communities and the Galamsey areas stops. Thank you.
Yeah. The documentary was very insightful and educative. For me, one question that came up, I was always thinking about it, was the fact that somebody must be held responsible. As far as nobody can be held responsible, it is difficult to address it. If you come to the cocoa sector, the companies that buy the cocoa are responsible for what happens in their supply chain. It's very direct. What we are looking at, the question is, who must be held responsible? Somebody is buying gold, somebody is exporting gold, somebody is benefiting from gold, but we are not able to point who must be held responsible for all of these things. For me, that's a clear structural gap. Once we are not able to point out who should be held accountable, if we cannot point who should be held accountable, then the government should be the one accountable, because it is a domestic criminal activity. When I received the invitation for this event, I asked a lot of questions. One is, there are some people I was expecting, but I'm not seeing them here. It's very easy to bring cocoa companies here to tackle child labor in Galamsey, but the question is, we are responsible for cocoa that comes from the farm. We don't even have a mandate to go to Galamsey communities and fight Galamsey. And the question is, those who benefit from this trade, where are they? They are not even here. So how do we even address it in the first place when those who are responsible are not even here? So for me, that's my quick observation or quick reaction to the documentary. Well put together, thanks to the PDA team, but there are people I'm expecting that they are not here. Of course, it's a criminal activity. Nobody's going to say that, well, I buy from Galamsey communities. But where do the goods end up? Somebody's buying it. Somebody's exporting it. Where are these people? Thank you.
For me, the documentation was insightful. I happen to, in addition to what has been said, I like the key recommendations to all partners, including government. And so as a call of action to all of us, I think last year, O Africa also did similar, but with their documentation, I saw the children holding the chemicals, so you could really feel the impact. And like the first person said, this thing is illegal, so who is even, it's like you're also risking your life. Sometimes you could even be attacked in documenting this thing, so we applaud you for doing that, and even for the children to be willing to even speak up. You could also see the issue of child-headed household. The woman mentioned, sometimes due to the poverty at home, these children go and then also bring money for the house. So it's also for parents to know their responsibilities as we are talking about child protection. For the contraventions and penalties, it's in the law. In Ghana, we have ratified the UNCRC in addition to so many laws. But I think sometimes when it comes to the enforcement, that's where some of these issues. So looking at these things, yes, you could see the teachers, the headmaster, and other people talking about the issues these learners, face. And interestingly, they are all attending school. Probably they would not go to school in a week, maybe twice or thrice, but they are in school. So I'm happy we are focusing on not only children out of school, but then children in school also engaged in some of these child protection issues.
Very much, our panelists. So I would like to have two audience give you their take on the documentary. Please be very concise so that we can have more interactive sessions. Two people from the audience. Yes, please. Yes, okay, then let me just get this. Please introduce yourself before you give your comment. Thank you.
So my name is Rita Takimanesen. I'm coming from Presbyterian Boys Secondary School with my colleague here. We are teachers, and as teachers, we try to bring the conversation to the classroom about Galamsey. And so that is why we are here. Now, to the documentary, I would say it was good. I was looking at the info that the teachers were given, because as a teacher, if a student is coming to the class with the loads and lots of money, yes, respect comes down. But sometimes we think that those in Accra don't feel the pinch of Galamsey. So with my colleague, we also started by trying to always set questions and bring in Galamsey to understand what the children feel. And so I was really happy the input that the teachers also gave. It has brought the things closer to those of us in Accra. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Second person. Okay. So we can continue. So I would like to know. I'll start with Selina. Selina, yes. What is your institution doing directly, or how do they really directly go indirectly with children? If you could just.
Okay, so I'm here actually in my capacity as an independent consultant. So, however, I have had the opportunity of working in the West African cocoa value chain for some time now, and I've worked with leading multinational non-profit organizations and also with the private sector. So I've worked with a cocoa trader. So those who buy the cocoa, I've worked at the level of a non-profit organization that works with all the cocoa companies, so the World Cocoa Foundation. I've also worked with Care International, an organization that also is intervening in communities. So I've seen it from all the different stakeholder lenses, and that is why I am here to speak to the issues. And thanks for inviting me.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Okay, please pass it to Innocent. Yes, he has the mic.
You asked what my company is doing. That's the question, right? Yes, we are doing the whole.
How your work directly or indirectly deals with children, or your relationship with children.
Yes, we are doing a whole lot on addressing child labor. For us as cocoa company, we have a business obligation. We have a mandate to address child labor in our supply chain. But now there is also another layer added to it, because the initial design of the system that we use to address child labor, which is child labor monitoring and remediation system, was purposely designed to address child labor in the cocoa supply chain, on the farms and in the household. But now there's another layer whereby we are expected to address child labor in Galamsey. So we are doing it, but then it is not easy, if I want to be frank, because it is like spending money at where you are not benefiting from. We don't buy gold. We are not trading there. But we are expected to invest there. For the fact that you are asking us to expand our scope to address child labor in Galamsey means that somebody must pay for it. Who is paying for it? You get the point. Who is going to pay for it? And the other point is that it is also very challenging because the safety of our officers. How do you monitor child labor in those areas? You go to those communities, it's risky. You don't also have the mandate. But then at our level, we are still doing a lot. For instance, I'm happy Abdul is here. Through Nestle, we are doing a program called Income Accelerator Program. We are paying farmers incentive to send their children to school. 2,000 farmer households are receiving incentives to send their children to school. The first one is promise to send to school. Even if you promise that you will send the child to school, you receive 50% payment. We'll come and verify the child has been to school. You receive another 50% cash incentives. But then the challenge also is that this incentive is competing with the fast cash that comes from Galamsey. So you go to the households, a child, this is somebody's earning like 7,000, I don't know if it's a week or so. So you can compare it to the cash incentives. But on a more positive note, this kind of interventions has also reduced children involvement in Galamsey activities a lot, because some of these children who, for lack of resources, will find themselves in those activities in school. So that has also helped a lot. In terms of income diversification, we are investing a lot, also thanks to Nestle is here, investing a lot in helping farmers to diversify their income so that they can support their children, so that their children will not end up in Galamsey activities. So we are doing a lot in that space.
Thank you. Let's hear from Abdul.
Okay, thank you very much. So with the Department of Social Welfare, our mandate is to take the lead in integrating the disadvantaged, the vulnerable children, the excluded into mainstream society. So issues relating to child protection is clearly dear to our hearts. So zooming into child labor, specifically probably in Galamsey areas, we help in the preventive measures and then the response. So at the district level, you have the Department of Social Welfare and Community Development, who are to help engage, bring about awareness creation and sensitization on the harmful effects of some of these things, and also for parents to take up their responsibility. So we use the Child Protection Toolkit, of which my colleague Abna presented the statistics to you for the year. This toolkit is towards behavioral change, social and behavioral change, so that we speak to the deep conscience of some of these things for these individuals to probably accept and change their behavior, because a lot of these things are also attitudinal. We've spoken about poverty, but I'm happy Wendy spoke about greed. So then there are other tools and resources that we use. What are other means that we can also equally get money, but will not waste and destroy our water bodies and our resources? Then again, in the event that the issue of child labor happens, we also respond by managing these cases through our social welfare information management system, which is the SWIMS. It hasn't been easy. We are in 210 MMDs set by Young with support from UNICEF and other stakeholders. And for us, touching one case, knowing that it's of high risk, and sometimes even responding and helping, it hasn't been easy. But that is where we fall on all key stakeholders, because when it comes to issues relating to child protection, specifically on child labor, it cannot be one sector business. It entails everybody and every sector coming on board to also do, of which we do a lot of referrals. And so gradually, we are hoping that with that, we'll be able to eliminate child labor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Could you let's hear from us from a media perspective?
Yeah, for us, the evidence gathering very important, because we need to show the pictures, tell the story. So we're working with a lot of partners on the field, a lot of informants. And initially, I spoke about some gray areas. The signals we are even getting is the likelihood of children, spiritual, because a lot of these illegal miners believe in these spiritual things and they believe in, and we are getting some signals which we want to investigate, especially children that are being brought from somewhere into those communities. But because of the issue of attacks and others, it makes it difficult to let people go in there and they gather the information. But it's important that we keep the advocacy at the national level. We had done it to an extent that people were saying that why is it that it's Accra that is making a lot of the noise, whilst the communities are not making the noise. But it's important we make the noise in Accra because the decision makers are here. So these are the things that we are doing. But also at the individual level and others, there's a lot that we can all do. Because if you refuse to talk or add your voice, then you are accepting that it's okay. So it's very important for us that we do whatever way we could, and through social media, whatever it is, let's make our voices be heard. Let's make sure we put the issue that we want to negotiate. We want irresponsible mining, Galamsey, to stop, and that must all be part of.
Thank you so much, cherished panelist. Interestingly, I relate a lot with everything that has been said here, because 2 years ago, for one of our projects, when we started, we were giving children literacy, trying to support their literacy levels, rolling out intervention to support children within the Ghana Cocoa Belt. Then the past 2 years, or the past 1 year, we are in a third year now, all of a sudden, illegal mining activities are moving at a pace that is even difficult for the intervention to catch up. This was not planned. But here is the case. Some of the children you saw from the documentary are part of our reading clubs. Very vibrant children who went on to contest for reading competitions. Active members who would never miss a reading club session. But we find that for almost a month, they will not show up for the reading sessions. The patrons and facilitators are doing their best to keep these children in school. So I would want to ask from you, since you are all experienced in the field, what can we do differently? Because Innocent mentioned a very important point that they have come in to support the parents with even incentive. But I think the money is not trickling down to the welfare of the children, so they still feel left out. There is an issue of greed. What can we do differently? Innocent, you want to take that?
I think it starts with the community ownership, parents taking responsibility. Parents taking responsibility. Normally, we expect civil society organizations, NGOs, private companies to be the ones leading these fights. But I can assure you that it starts from the home. So parents must be sensitized. We are doing this through some of our interventions like community child protection committees who are based in the communities that they can visit the parents and educate them for them to send their children to school, because some of these parents are also beneficiaries of these activities, because once the money is coming to them, if they don't play a role, it will be difficult to address it. Because for me, it starts from the parents, then the communities that these activities are taking place. We have community leaders from the chiefs and all of that. They must lead the fight because they are the first to observe this risk. If these activities are happening, they are the first to see it. If they don't report it, you cannot address it. If they want to be in bed with the perpetrators, there's no way you can address it. By the time you get to the communities, they are all gone. So for me, if the local ownership is not there, it is going to be very difficult. So I think there's a need to spend time or maybe resources engaging parents, engaging the communities, and then also the role of the government. Because for children being involved in Galamsey, the solution is direct. The children must be immediately withdrawn. It doesn't need planning. It doesn't need consultation. It doesn't need any policy making. The children must be immediately withdrawn. But who can do that? It's only the government that has that mandate to go to those areas and withdraw the children. So for me, these are what I think.
Here.
The government is here.
The government is here.
I didn't want to say it, but
the government is here, fortunately.
Okay, thank you. That's a good question. And then what I think he has said it all. We all basically have a role to play. And for me, even looking at the Children's Act, Criminal Offences Act, when it comes to issues relating to forced labor, exploitation of children, the sexual abuse, there are penalties in there. So if a parent is exploiting a child by saying, go and look for money, and so, the parent should be brought to book. And the laws are there. Probably we are not enforcing them. So currently, in order to solve what you have done, probably we would have to start reporting, you see. And sometimes it's not also the parents, but they've seen the individuals in the community probably luring them. You need money for your fees, you need money for books, you need money for this. Why won't you come and work? So that when that happens, you can serve probably a term of imprisonment or fine or both, which the laws have explained. So I think we should look at our Labor Act, what it says, our Children's Act, and then when we find some of these culprits, we should deal with them. Secondly, creation of the community child protection committees is very, very important. This is because, yes, it's the parents' responsibility, but if you look at our key protection concerns, child maintenance happens to be the largest. Does that mean that we are saying that in Ghana, most parents are irresponsible? Because that is what it's meaning. For you to have a number of protection concerns and then issues relating to non-maintenance, you not taking care of your child, neglect, abuse, being on the rise. But then what happens? So then, if we are all in the community and we have our key focal persons or opinion leaders forming these communities, they could also ask, why is Amma not in school today? Why is Kojo not in school today? And then through their early identification, they could also help. Then again, our teachers for the school is one of the key points to help identify some of these risks or some of these child protection issues. Because if the child happens to be in school and now they are not in school, the teacher can also take it up and then refer the case to the Department of Social Welfare and Community Development. So when it also comes to government, for me, I cannot say much, but in terms of, without talking about we enforcing our structures, because the structures are there. We just enforcing. And then we've also, you mentioned some of the challenges. You refer a case to the department, and then they are resource constrained, following up here and there, moving the child from a place of harm to a place of safety. It falls on the Ghana Police Service. Because we are civilians, and the law says that you need to go with the police, get a police extract, and then the Department of Social Welfare can then put the child in a place of safety. We can be any of the alternative care. We even have trained foster parents. So that will not be the issue. But sometimes individuals like us do not want to care for other people's children other than our own biological child. So in that particular community, they do not have a residential home. How do they move that child? And even families, we shouldn't even look at even the foster care is formalized, yes? Even if you are not looking at the structure, what of the community? What of the queen mother? The churches? People in the community, will they be willing to accept and take on other responsibilities? So everything comes down to we also availing ourselves, having a change of mind, being ready to care for other people. When we see what is wrong, we trying to report. Gradually, I think we'll be able to solve some of these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
In addition to the support of the government as well.
The government has spoken. Thank you very much.
So So I want us to situate this particular question within the reality of the community. Because when you go to a typical cocoa community, we have different stakeholders intervening. And when you look at the presentations that came from the Department of Children, there are three underlying root causes of child labor: poverty, sociocultural norms, and also the lack of enforcement of the laws. Why would a parent allow a child to work? In a typical cocoa community, we saw in the PDA Africa presentation that a household has 6 members. So average household size is 6. So it means that in that household, they have 4 children. And a typical cocoa farmer may lack the resources to go and hire adult labor during the harvesting season. So such a farmer would then say that, let me negotiate with my child so that when it's time for harvesting, you assist me with harvest. So these are the realities in the community. I know there's been interventions like the community service groups, where some interventions of cocoa companies especially have tried to offer these services to farmers for free or subsidize farmers' access to these services. But how long can individual organizations continue to be intervening in this situation? So I believe that it's about time we move beyond the silo level of activities. It's good that the UNICEF presentation highlighted some effort to bring together multiple stakeholders in a public-private partnership. But is that enough? So I believe that, like Innocent mentioned, we need to now let the communities own that change process. I don't think that a parent will be happy to see the child go through the experience that the guy who is involved in illegal mining that has lost the site. No parent would like to see that. So these are the stories that, as part of the advocacy, we should be highlighting so that they know the effects of what they are doing today. And beyond that, I'll also say that there are promising models and approaches in addressing sociocultural norms. We've been doing awareness raising. We've been using the child labor facilitation toolkits in the communities. Have we been able to assess how effective these models have been in changing behavior in these communities? And what are the results? So if we are using these approaches and methodologies, and we are not assessing their effectiveness in driving the change that we seek, then I don't think we'll achieve the result that we need. So I think we need to really stop dancing around the problem and also stop using quick fixes to address the issue. That won't work. Thank you.
Yes, I like the point about dancing around the problem. For me, we must look at addressing illegal mining. Already a group of people who are engaged in illegalities, some are armed, and enforcement officers cannot even access these sites. That, no matter whatever preaching you make, moral suasion, change of behavior, awareness will not work, because these are illegal guys. So we need to tackle that. Without that, it is very difficult for you to go and say you are even rescuing some of these children. We have seen local police, people afraid to go to Galamsey site. And it is everywhere. We have seen even community leaders who want to fight against Galamsey threatened. And we have a lot of them. So we need to look at the deterrent aspect of the aspects where we can enforce the law and ensure that illegal mining, Galamsey, is dealt with. Without that, it will be very, very difficult for us to be looking at other forms of illegalities within the bigger illegal mining. So we need to look at that.
Thank you very much. Within the community, it's interesting. I remember a colleague mentioned that every time we are saying they need awareness. But there are times too you realize that, just like the presenter from the Department of Social Welfare, it's just greed. Because you have conversations with the chief, then you ask them, do you know that this illegal mining, yes, is improving livelihoods in this community? But I want to show you a location that when you go, it is the same children you have, the girl child you have in this community, that they are using that same income to destroy their lives. Then they were staring at us because they give out their lands, but they do not think about the implication. They are digging boreholes, they are building school toilets and school facilities. But at what cost? So I want to ask, how do we integrate some of these child protection mechanisms or tie it to development projects in communities such that we can go in agreement with them that we want to implement this intervention, or we are a cocoa buying company, or we are an individual or independent organization, want to implement this project in your community. But we want to come to this agreement that for the period we are implementing this project, no child should go to this particular site. Is it doable?
It's difficult. I can tell you that we've built schools, we've built wash facilities, we've paid farmers incentives. Even we have a project that aims to restore Galamsey lands, the lands that they have destroyed. We want to go there and restore those lands. We have to pay for those lands to restore it, because it's not even a free land, the land that has been destroyed. You have to pay for it before you can restore it. Even with that, after those who have done the illegal activities and gone, we still have people who come and still work on the land, because I learned after they are gone, people still get some good when they come and work on it. So it's difficult. Just tying it to community projects is not that easy, because if you go and build schools, you build borehole and you tell them that don't engage in illegal activities because we've constructed some borehole for you. Let me be bold. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. For me, there are lots of lessons to learn from the cocoa sector. Let's make the gold traceable. Recently, there was a question posed to Gold Board where they are getting their gold from. They said it's not coming from Galamsey activities. How traceable is it? It's a supply chain responsibility. So how is the gold bought? How is it exported? All those things, if it is not traceable, it is difficult to point someone who must be held responsible. Other than that, we'll be inviting a lot of people to join the fight. They will not. I can give you a typical example. Why are the mining companies not here? Last year, Rainforest Alliance developed a toolkit on human rights due diligence. All of us were supposed to come together and fight, address child labor in cocoa and illegal mining activities. They didn't show up. They said they don't employ children. Go and talk to the Newmont guys and the AGA. They will tell you they don't employ children. And it's true, they don't employ children. So they will not be here. So for me, we are doing the interventions, the developments already, but to say you want to tie it and tell people who are making lots of money, more than myself, that they should not engage in illegal mining because you are building them a school or building them a borehole, I don't think it's feasible.
I think if Aseda and the team had a microphone, they will tell you how they've been meaning for people in that sector to join us. But just like you said, they won't come. And they've not showed up. Yes.
Let me just add to that. For those of us in civil society and others, you want to engage, you want people to stop, child labor and others and be part of a process. But the bigger picture is that sometimes because of the lack of proper benefit sharing on small-scale mining for the communities, most communities feel they are left out, and then they must also get their fair share. So as he was saying, there are those who engage in illegalities and employ their children directly. There are those that after the illegal miners have gone, they and the communities and their children will also go. They call it koli and others, to try to clean. Those are the people when you want to reclaim, they have problems with you. Because they did not cause the problem has already been caused. But once it has been caused, they must find a way to benefit around it. And there is the aspect where the children themselves, find ways to go in the night and others, and then to get something for themselves. So these are the three areas we need to look at. But bigger evil is the one who came to open up the area, who came to excavate. And we have always said, by excavator, the financiers, the campaigns, the politically exposed persons, we must find ways of tracking them. And when we met with the president, one of the key things we spoke about was that, Mr. President, when we were campaigning, you said we should leave the small boys and chase the big fish. Where are the big fishes? And these are the questions that we should ask. Because look at the number of excavators that are being imported. You and I, last time I was on radio, I said 1 million for excavator. They said, no, it's like 2 million Ghana cedi. I don't know how many people in this room can get 2 million to buy an excavator. But we must get them. And it's easy to get them. If you use the gossip approach, you go there. They know whoever is linked. They will be telling you. Ghanaians, we like to gossip. They will tell you the people. When you track, you will realize that there is some truth there. Also, as soon as you go and try to stop a Galamsey site, the people who will show up are linked to the financiers. And for us, they must be arrested and dealt with. Because you see, if they have the money to be employing and providing the resources, because Galamsey site, you need a lot of money for fuel, for excavator, for a lot of things. So the source of providing the money creates all these employment channels and getting the children in. So if we can cut that source, it becomes difficult for others to also operate, including employing the children.
Thank you very much. Abna, you
I
want
think
to add
they've
something?
said it all, but what I wanted to add is also the empowerment of the community. It starts from maybe the traditional authorities. Who are the people that own the lands? Who are the key leaders in the community? They could come up with a bylaw for this community. We are saying no to Galamsey. And if equally they all sign up to these things, I believe, because there have been a number of, let's say, adolescent pregnancy. Some people mentioned that probably when they are festive occasions, funerals, they've seen that their girls are getting pregnant. So then they set up their own bylaw. By 6 p.m., no child should come out. You should all be asleep by then or be indoors. I think when we start these things and we are committed to it, gradually we would also be able. So we owning and knowing the effect that with time, we would all want to have clean drinking water to drink. In terms of agriculture, we want whatever food we are eating to be saved. Abna mentioned she was afraid to eat her fufu. We all visit some of these places, and when we go, we are not able to eat. And we think we are in Accra sometimes, but we do know where we are getting some of our food crops and even water sources from. So this is a call of action to everybody. So if gradually we can be intentional, sometimes we can delay the gratification in terms of the resources, the money. We need to also show our young ones other means of other alternatives that they can make money. 2, it's not only about having the 7,000, whether a day or a week or a month, that is the thing, but also look at the harmful effects that they even have on our health, the person doing it. Then gradually, I also think that people would also buy in. So we should start the fight as little as we can individually. And I also heard from the presentation, yes, sometimes the leaders in this things could be arrested. But when you are alone, fighting it becomes difficult. And even as government, we've seen that it will rely on all of us. So yes, Ministry of Labor, Jobs and Employment is handling issues relating to child labor, but they cannot do it without Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. They cannot do it without the Minerals Commission. They cannot do it without the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. So it looks like everybody and every sector quickly needs to also come on board so that we can effect the structures. And I know some of these ministries have strategies in place. So I believe together as CSOs, individuals, government officials, everybody equally has a role to play, including the communities and individuals themselves. They can put up that public outcry. They can say no. And then I believe everybody too would also champion it.
Thank you very much, Abna and Kojo. I think some communities have used this approach and it has worked. Some communities have decided that you can mine everywhere, but within our jurisdiction, you cannot mine. I think we saw some, forgotten the name of those communities, I think a year or two ago, where all the communities around were illegal mining communities, but that particular community, you dare not. And this is not even a very big chief, but he made that decision. You can leave the community and travel to another place to do that, but within that community, you cannot do that. And I think it has worked. But then, Kojo, you mentioned we should report them. Here's the case. I've seen the people we are going to report to guarding this site. So who watches the watchman?
Yeah. It's very important. It shows. I did a study and looked at the corruption tendencies and illicit flow, and that is one of the things that is driving. And yesterday we were also looking at another discussion. The price of gold will keep rising; it will not fall, because it's now a lot of people are storing their value through gold. So the economic factors will be there, and there's money. Look, the ounce of gold is as light as, let's say, the weight of a pencil. And that one is like over 50,000 Ghana cedi for somebody. So there is, let me say, for now, nothing in terms of alternative livelihood and others that can match that money that is coming there. And then every miner wants to reduce production costs. So he wants cheap labor or free labor. And that is where the children come in. And having worked with a lot of small-scale miners and others, you realize that the children too, even if they want to steal your gold, they won't steal plenty. Because the stealing is there. They steal the gold, even the mad, if they see that gold is in, they don't mind hiding it somewhere around their body. And the other aspect is that when you have your concentrate now, that is where the gold is, and you want to use the mercury for amalgamation, you want the children who you can easily control. So it exposes them to the mercury and others. But the most important thing is that once it's an illegal site, they are there and they are armed and others, it's difficult to go and enforce these laws. So that is why we are calling for that enforcement. And we had been advocating for some level of state of emergency in these areas to ensure that we tame down that audacity they have, that power they have. You see, some of these communities, we are even getting legal representation for some of them, because some of the illegal people who want to engage in illegalities are using state agencies and police and others and are harassing community leaders who are opposing illegal mining. We saw community that they have formed their own task force, and police have arrested them and they are in court now. They said some of them had cutlasses. When they are going to stop illegal mining, wouldn't they have something to protect themselves? And then the exhibits is a talisman and others. Illegal miners, they have spiritual fortification. So if you want to go and stop them, you also have to fortify yourself. And they are in court showing these exhibits that these communities were armed. How can this be the issue? So our state agencies also need to be proactive. Now, in the broader discussion, even when I was driving here at the traffic Oponglo, you see children are begging, and some adults are recruiting them from somewhere, bringing them in. The state agency did well some time ago, swooped them. They are back here in Accra. So you see, sometimes we need to be proactive and look at all these issues. Imagine that they start to recruit them and take them to the mining areas. They are making profit. So these are the issues that we, even though we are advocating, we are also advocating that the state institutions must be proactive and do what they need to do to protect our children.
Thank you very much, Kojo. I think I agree with all of you that beyond the interventions we are doing, the community engagement, we need a state of emergency. I think a month or two ago, the hype about Galamsey, everybody was talking about it. But working in communities for a long time, you realize that a lot of people were just sharing the pictures, but they have not even seen. You need to visit to see. Because I would always say that sometimes you think you've lost your way to the community you are going. It's the same community that you went last week. I mean last week, and you'll be amazed at the damage. You think you have lost your, it's the same community. So that the pace at which they are moving, I don't think we can ever catch up. So we need a state of national emergency. I know we've talked about before, but as soon as there's another issue, as Ghanaians, we just drop that and pick another one. And many a time we talk about the economic, the water bodies, but the child protection bit, we don't really hammer on that aspect. I would want to go back to our audience. Is there anyone itching to give us his or her comment? What do you suggest now? If you should name one approach or one collaborative approach, what partners will you suggest? Okay, there's someone's hand up.
So once
Please
it's going,
be brief.
one
and
of the points I
concise.
wanted to share was the issue of child prostitution in these mining areas. Very serious. And they are bringing children even from neighboring countries and others. 13, 14, 15, 16. Serious prostitution. Serious.
Thank you very much. I really love the discussion going on. My name is Gifty. I work with Ghana Education Service. NGOs are doing a lot in the communities. They are doing a lot. UNICEF, Fair Trade Africa, they are all putting in place measures to engage teachers in these communities to ensure that the classroom situation is safe for them so that they will attend school. But one thing that I want to bring up here is that our focus as a nation is always on the negative things around us. Let's look at the positive ones and project it. The communities that have decided that they are not going to allow Galamseys to take place, let's go into those communities, bring up the good things that are going on there and project the good things, and let's compare it to the negative ones. Others who have gone through a lot of hardship in the negative communities will decide that why don't we put a stop to what we are going through as a community? Our water bodies are spoiled, the girls are getting pregnant, and all the negative things. Whilst in the positive environment, children are going to school, they are excelling, they are moving to the next level in whatever endeavors they want to achieve. That is what I want to bring up. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Patrick with Green African Youth Organization Eco Club. Basically, I would like to agree with Mr. Adumche, Echiyamwa, and then Mr. Yebwa. I think that the people that need to be here aren't here. Because I believe that if Gold Board is able to tell us that now they've been able to stop illegal exploitation of gold, they're able to, they themselves buy the gold from the locals, then they know where they are getting the gold from. So if I'm selling to you, I know where I'm buying my gold from. So you should be able to tell me that, oh, my gold was sourced from Ashanti region. You should be able to tell Gold Board that we went to this particular area, these particular communities are where our goods are being sourced from. Then based on that, we can go do a value valuation and then know if it's indeed true that their gold they are bringing to Gold Board is really from their registered locations. I think another thing that needs to be done is also we have to drum the negatives. We have to preach more about the negatives. You go to the affected communities. What is the impact? What are some of the things we are seeing? I believe that I'm not seeing, when I look on television or news, the only times I hear about Galamsey is when there's an issue. When there's a case of death, there's something before you hear about Galamsey, but there's not a lot of education and awareness creation on our television stations. I watch TV, a lot of alcohol, a lot of telenovelas, but we are not talking about the dangers of the illegal mining, the health implication, the economic implication. Our water bodies are being destroyed. We are in Accra, it was mentioned that Accra people are shouting. Yes, because at the end of the day, we are the ones that are going to be affected. The lands in Accra and most of our food and vegetables are coming from these areas. So if we don't make the noise, then no one will be able to hear. In the mining communities, I also like to agree with what the lady said before, the madam said before me, that in as much as we are talking about negatives, we should also talk about the positives. So we should balance. When you go to a community that is practicing, let them know what is happening in other communities. That once you engage in illegal mining, there is likelihood of your people, your children getting sick. You are getting the gold, but at the end of the day, you are using to treat. You are making the money, but you are wasting the money on treatment. You are not going to enjoy the fruit of whatever you want to do. Lastly, I believe that to quantify if for oil drilling, oil exploitation, a company is able to tell you that there's this amount of oil that you are going to be exploiting over a certain period of time. This is the revenue you are going to get. For gold, I've not heard any discussion on that. Nobody wants to tell us that at a particular area or in Ghana, this is the quantity of gold that projections have been able to make that Ghana within the next 50 years can produce this quantity of gold. Then we can put measures in place that company A, within the next 10 years, you can mine maybe 10 tons of gold. Company B can do this based on their strength. Then based on, we can also track the, the flow of the gold, and also I think that will also help. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I see more hands. So please let's keep comments brief so we can all have a say. Thank you.
Please, I'm Gloria Boateng Jemfoa. I'm with Ghana Internet Safety Foundation. So out of all the discussions that has been had, I foresee child online abuse or child online harm, since now they have a source of income, they are able to purchase digital communication, they have access to the internet. So some of these things, people say child prostitution, but Council of Europe has advised we don't use that word, but we rather use child sexual abuse. Because regardless of the age, if the person consented, child is still a child to even give a consent on that. So please, Ghana Internet Safety Foundation is open to partner with whoever comes in. We do outreaches in schools, churches. We give trainings to law enforcers. Whoever wants to call us in, we are ready, and we do everything free of charge. So don't be thinking about the cost, then you'll not come. So the books here too, everything here is for free. So please, you can come around us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Dr. Angela Harris, and I want to come from the perspective of from the outside looking in and now from the inside looking in. And I say that because being outside of the continent of Africa, you see a whole lot of things, but when you're in the continent, then you're able to really decipher what you've seen on the outside is true or if it's untrue, and even if it's equal to what you're saying, the places that you're from. So one of the things that I want to address today is the mindset. The mindset of Africa as a whole has been a direct problem because we have a lot of things that are more on teaching our young girls, especially, how to be a woman instead of teaching her how to love herself, how to be educated, how to learn how to cope with other things besides being just a woman. And unfortunately, when you are an instructor, first of all, I'm the headmistress of the Humanity Intellectual Academy and College. And so with that, I've seen a variety of different students. And in those students, you have to look at them individually because everyone is brought up differently. Even in the communities, you have to understand that people's upbringing are different. And that's what we had to really address and we had to see. We have, some of our young women, that's what, what they've been bred to be, that are very good at serving, they're very good at doing all of the things to help somebody else. But when it comes to helping themselves and teaching them who they are and how to say no, it's extinct. And so I think that the mindset of parenting, as well as those who are in authority, has to change. It has to get to a place of understanding that true education is first teaching a child the importance of loving themselves and taking care of themselves and how to say no, and that it's okay to say no. Because a lot of times when you look at prostitution, you look at child exploitation, it's because people don't know the first word, and that first word is no. A lot of people are drawn in because of their weakness of understanding that there is a such thing as a woman telling a man or a female telling a boy no. A lot of them have been taught that they don't say no. And so I think that we have to readjust and re-implement how we are teaching our children, even in the young ages in school, of how to be leaders and not only following what other people want them to do, to learn that what somebody says is right, it needs to actually be right in order for them to follow. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow.
I want to ask a question, please. Is it possible we can put signages in the communities, a very big one, that maybe no Galamsey here, no alcohol here? Is it possible? Yeah.
It is possible, but you know, the sign will be there and they'll be doing the Galamsey. Dollar power. Now that's what they call it. Dollar power. The dollar.
Hello. You see, the conversation is getting interesting, but our time too is running. So please, you can make one point, very concise,
Okay.
and we can wrap up. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, too. In all of our conversations so far, I'm worried that nobody is talking about how to encourage mining in a very, in a way that is conducive, proper mining, responsible mining, as they always say. I am aware that university in Ghana, that is University of Mines, have developed the technology for responsible mining. And our government, even after they have issued licenses to small-scale miners, go about, revoking these licenses instead of ensuring that they do responsible mining. The gold is still in the soil. The people are living on the land in poverty. Yet, there's no program to encourage responsible mining, as we do. Even in this program, there is always the focus on how to deny the citizens the resources. We are quick to issue licenses to foreign companies, but not to encourage local companies and small-scale miners in this country. People have money. If they have money to buy, excavator, then they can invest. So that is what we should focus on. In fact, as civil society organizations, I think that is what we should focus should be. Because 10 years from now, foreign companies will invade this place and take over all our gold resources. And the citizens will still be in the same state. So for me, that's my concern, that civil society organizations should also take responsibility and push for government to encourage small-scale mining responsibly by encouraging citizens to mine responsibly as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity. And my name is Joshua with Challenging Heights. And the discussions have been really, really good. And they resonate with a lot of things that we have done in our organization. But a quick thing that I have observed is that you asked the question that what is our perspective or comment on what should be done? And I think a typical example is our gathering over here. This research was done somewhere in some communities, but we are having the workshop dissemination in Accra. And that is a very, very, very big problem, because people living in such communities, they themselves do not see that as a big problem. They don't see mining as a challenge because it's giving them the money. We've talked about it several times since morning. And so if we are able to come up with very good findings like this, I think it's very prudent for us to also target them and perhaps hold such conversations within the districts or committees that we worked in, and then invite us from perhaps Accra to those places. Then they would see the urgency that even people are coming from Accra to support you with the things that are happening in your communities. So I think that's where we are also not balancing too well over there. And then in the future, if we do it more like that, we could really see a difference.
Okay, I think Asida would want to respond to that.
So thank you everyone for being here with us, and thank you for the comments. In fact, this really was one of our heartbeats. And so you would notice from the PD Africa presentation that the documentary wasn't just, random people. These are people our teams have literally been working with, are still working with day to day. And in fact, this knowledge sharing workshop this year, we are doing it at 2 levels. This is the national level, so we are meeting everyone here in Accra. But then next week, next Thursday, we are actually going to Bechem, and we are meeting with, the people you are talking about, the very communities, the very teachers, some of the students would be represented, district social government workers, Department of Social Welfare, Department of Children. So we really are also intending to go down, and we are happy Challenging Heights is here. We've worked with you before. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was the last one. Yes, yes. Come again. No, please. Unfortunately, the conversation will not end here. We'll continue. We'll continue the conversation. Thank you so much. So you wanted to
Maybe
make a quick-
quickly.
yes.
Yes, we also advocate for responsible mining. But what is happening now is that even those who are licensed are having challenges because some say people are coming to their concession and there's no security for them. So that is why we are talking against the Galamsey, but we can do mining and do it very well. I am in civil society, but I have a background in minerals and mining engineering. I have done works with large scale and small scale, and we know one of the few things that we even see is that those who are doing illegalities, they waste the land. You go in, you want to do it fast and go, and you're getting less than 30% of the recovery. So all the gold, you are wasting it. So we are losing double. That is why we are looking at where the issue is. Let's address the illegalities so that when somebody goes through the process and have a proper license, the illegal person will not come with guns and be on their concession. It's very important. And we can do the mining and do it well. When we regularize and have the license ones, that is where we can come and also ensure that you are not using children. So for us, the bad one, we are concentrating on that. And we want them to be addressed. Then we can look at the best ways to do that.
Thank you very much. So as we wrap up, I would want us to touch on actionable steps beyond this workshop. What are we committing to? Briefly, then you add your closing remarks for the panelists. Thank you.
So for me, coming from like Government Department of Social Welfare, I think parents should take up their key responsibility. Children should be aware of their rights. Also, we should be able to form community child protection committees at places where they aren't. And then for the district child protection committees and that of the regional and national, we should also, be up and doing, because these things, like we all know, we are talking about it, knowing that it's not one sector, but also the issue of enforcement as well. So we should start now, and then it's a call of action for every sector and everyone. It might look small. We should also look at some of the, positive drives that are going on. Currently, we have the integrated social services, implemented in 210 MMDAs. At first, probably the resources would have been very inadequate. Now, it's a little better, but we are also pushing for more so that they can respond to some of these issues and also prevent as well. That's my take.
Thank you so much, Abner.
My key recommendation is to make the gold buying process traceable. We have invisible gold buyers. That's why we are not able to hold anybody accountable. It is only when we know those who are benefiting from the gold or buying it, exporting it, that is when we can ensure that they are doing the right thing. Once we know them, we can also follow up to be sure whether they are using children in their business. Once everyone becomes invisible, from the exporter, from the buyer, there's no way we can regulate it. There's no way we can ensure child protection if the people are invisible.
So I would want to highlight we being intentional. Abina had mentioned earlier about campaigns ongoing, and we've talked about advocacy here, and I was asking myself, with all the comments coming in, is it to suggest that advocacy is no longer achieving the desired result? I don't think so. We all remember the popular campaign about send your girl child to school, and how today, look at this panel, how many women do you see here? So I believe that there's still something we can do with a compelling story about the realities happening in these communities, the negatives and the positives. There are communities that are doing the right things. There are people that have escaped child labor and they are doing well. And there are others that their parents allow them to be involved. And we can tell the stories of these contrasting stories and see what change it will trigger. Secondly, I also want to recommend that as a nation, we should be deliberate about measuring results, like having the right data set. Currently in Ghana, we talk about a lot of child labor issues in the cocoa sector. But is there any nationally relevant data on the number of children in the cocoa sector? There isn't. The 770,000 data that was presented by UNICEF was a data from NOC. There is not a nationally relevant cocoa sector specific data in this country. And for the last 20 years, private sector, Innocent is here, they've been investing millions of dollars in addressing the issue of child labor. How many cocoa communities do we have in Ghana currently? I remember in one of my previous work, I was trying to see how many cocoa communities we have so that we'll be able to estimate the extent of child protection coverage. We couldn't get. So if we really want to address the issue of child protection, I think we should start from the basics and get the right data sets. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I think the most important thing, I like the point made about positive reinforcement. I think we all can help. We in civil society, government, and others, when we identify these communities, not just praise them, let's go there, do some projects so that others will know that they are attracting some incentives or some benefits because they are opposing Galamsey. The other point is that we need to keep up the advocacy. I remember when we met the president, he said, look, but for the noises you are making, it would have been difficult for government to continue to fight Galamsey. So we need to continue to raise our voice, and your voice matter. No matter where you are, you have access to your phone. Make comment. Let's keep the discussion and get government and the politicians to know that we can't negotiate anything. We want illegal, irresponsible mining Galamsey to be stopped, and there is no negotiation on that.
Thank you all so much. So today, we've learned a lot about the fact that illegal mining goes beyond environmental and economic crisis. It's a social protection crisis, in as much as it provides livelihood for some, or it changes the livelihood of some household. It disrupts education, it poses a threat or exacerbates child exploitation, as well as it strips children of protection. So learning from all of us here, I believe we all have take-home assignments that we are going to work on. Let's keep the conversation going. And for individuals who are here from other sectors as well, I believe we are learning the people that we can also collaborate with to be able to champion child protection. Let's be intentional, integrating child protection or mainstreaming it along our project cycle. It's not an accessory or a due diligence or safeguarding box that we just tick, but intentionally mainstreaming child protection alongside our project as well, and also redesigning and adapting some of these challenges or changes to our communities that we work in. Thank you very much, and thank you, esteemed panelists.
I'm sure we can do a better job for the panel. Thank you very much. And we're keeping in mind the take-homes from the conversations. It comes to the fact that we have to tackle head-on the activities of Galamsey, even as we advance child protection. We've been here for long, and so we will now begin the process of winding down. I will invite Aseda Mensah, who is with PDA's Advocacy and Communication Unit, for the closing remarks.
Thank you so much. I feel like I can hear people sighing and hoping that I won't keep long. I won't, I promise. We are done. Thank you so much. This has been an incredible event. Whenever such events are coming up, there's a lot of trepidation, lots of emails, calls, letters, driving around, trying to rally as many people as possible. And we are so happy to see you. I know some people joined in online as well. Others had other things popping up at the last minute and they couldn't join us. But the conversations have been rich. We are taking so many things away. Like I mentioned earlier on, next week, we are continuing the second leg of this workshop in Bechem. So any of you that are in the area or you have colleagues in the area, you can just pass by and join us as well. Thank you so much to all of our speakers, We had someone from Arusha, Ghana, Winna Wendy. She's had to step away. We had UNICEF, we had Department of Children, and then all our wonderful panelists. You can see the knowledge and experience that they brought to the fore. We are so grateful to everyone for making it. We hope that this will not just be a talk shop. That's what everyone kept saying when we were putting it together. We don't want this to just be talking about Galamsey. We want to be intentional about carrying lessons, practical, actionable strategies for making sure that children are protected. Grown-ups, we can fight all our fights about excavators and laws and government and all, but let's make sure that the children are being protected. So thank you all very much once again. Lunch is right at the back, so please, okay, I think we changed that slightly. We have a special group in the house, and we would want to call on them to close us out. And while they are on the stage, lunch will be distributed to everybody. So I want to welcome Humanity Intellectual Academy for a performance to close us out. Thank you all so much for being with us today.
All right, and so thank you very much for joining us. As they give us the performance, we'll say au revoir as well. Thank you.
I am Kezia Lolonyo Klinogo. I am a student of Humanity Intellectual Academy and College. Action for a healthy environment. The earth is our paradise, a beautiful universe full of diversity of life. Why are we destroying the soul of the earth? Look at the gardens choked with filth. Look at the seas and rivers inhabitable for aquatic